Okay, good morning. Everybody can hear me okay? So for those of you who are following me from the other chat room, basically, we're kind of trying to force meme the RIP Stephen Hawking hashtag out there. This is something that was concocted in the mind of thedailyplane.com and myself here. We were just we were chatting. We're like, well, he's been dead for a long time. If you didn't know, we're just calling it decades after. Here's the thing about Stephen Hawking. He donated his body to science. The guy hasn't been alive since, I don't know, maybe 85 or something. This is not a secret. Hey, what's up, Horizontal Horizon? Hitler. No, well, yes. Here's the thing, Lee Harvey Hitler. We all know that this thing is an actor. Like I've said, it's an embalmed animatronic doomsayer. It's a sock puppet for the New World Order. There's nobody there. There's nobody home. It's fake. And since we know this, um, I think we ought to just make it official. And so let me go ahead and give you a link here to see what I'm talking about. So what we decided to do, and this is the dailyplane.com, and myself in a brainstorm decided maybe we ought to kind of force the issue, because it is kind of a weird question. It's like, how did this guy manage to survive this long? And if you look at the pictures, there are so many inconsistencies, but that's not what blows his cover. Just like if you watch some of the older NASA videos, the further back you go, the faker they get. The further back you go, the faker this puppet gets. That thing is fake. Twitwit, he's been dead for like 15 years. People are like, he's really dead? So here's what we're going to do. I'm putting a link here. That's a fake headline, just an example. And I just actually, what I did on that one, it's kind of funny. Take a look at the newspaper clipping I posted. It says, obituaries. Stephen Hawking dies. After years of therapy and despite pessimistic prognostications, he remained determined to walk again and became a symbol of hope for quad. Well, anyway, I took a cut from a Christopher Reeves's obituary. And I just changed the name just to show you an example of how easy it is to make it look convincing enough to get a pass in the Twitter sphere. I think it's Hawking. I think it's singular. I don't know, but he's been dead for a long time. So, Adam Young, what we're doing though is we're announcing that he died today. You got it. So, what we need here is we need somebody to make a memorial video, just like a screen capture, some clips, and some sad music. And then when we tweet the fake headline and the memorial video, a bunch of us are going to have to retweet it and say, rest in peace. Like we all got to act. Basically, we're going to be crisis actors. So we kind of got to get together and shill this thing on the Twitter sphere and on Facebook. This is really sad. I may not have agreed with him, but it's really sad that he's dead. And if you can just pass that off, it'll get, because people buy emotion. And listen, these people who pull all these psychotic psyops on us, they laugh at us behind the scenes. You bet. You bet. Robbie Parker, you saw him. He was laughing. His duper's delight. So I think it's about time that we all get in on this duper's delight. Hey, what's up, Kyle McDonald? Posting a tweet with a dope hashtag. Yeah, exactly. I knew you would see the value in this. Rip Stephen Hawking. Share it. Globebusters, that obituary is just an example. Here's the link where you can make your own. I needed to do a better job. I just put a link there just to show people how easy it is to fake an obituary. So we need some fake obituaries, fake headlines, and we need somebody. One of you can do a memorial video. If you don't want to, I'll do it. Basically, want to put like 2 or 3 video clips together, some sad music, headline, Rip Stephen Hawking's, block the comments and share it, and then we'll share it. Or monitor the comments and only accept comments that act like it's real. Like I said, we have to shill it. Good morning, PC. Mr. Archie Bunk Syndrome, nice to see you here. Sad day. We're all in mourning. Stephen Hawking's The Puppet is being put to rest. The embalmed animatronic New World Order sock puppet that preaches death for future generations. This guy's an exterminationist. He's like, the world's too populated. He says that we ought not even look for aliens, because if there are any aliens, they'll come down and wipe us out. The guy, he preaches the psychopathic doctrines of the parasitic elite, and he gets a pass because he's in a wheelchair. Well, the guy's been dead for decades. As far as I'm concerned, he donated his body to science a long time ago. Body to science. And maybe he thought they were just going to take his organs or study his brain. He didn't realize he was going to be put on display and marched around with a computer voice. And if you look at these older videos of these interviews, they try to give it the impression that he's actually like mind typing. It's so ludicrous. And like I said, just like NASA, The further back you go into their footage, the faker it gets. Because they didn't have the internet where they could actually see that people were criticizing it. Twitwit, you've always had a problem with Hawking. Yeah, well, it's fake. That's the thing. And right now, I think they have, if you look at the chair, it's really thick. The chair they push him around on, I think they actually have an actor inside of it. Not even a midget, just someone just like sitting beneath him. And then he's sitting on his lap. So he's basically like a ventriloquist dummy. And then from the, I guess, the cheekbones up, you're actually seeing somebody's eyes. And they can move the cheek and they can look around. But if you look in the eyes in the last video of this guy, man, those are the eyes of like a 30-year-old crisis actor. It's pure propaganda. What's up, Four Eyes to See? I'm glad you're participating in this. Yes. So here's what we're doing. And here, first person to create a Rip Stephen Hawking fake headline or obituary, we will all share it. There's 118 people here. We're going to tweet it, and we're all going to crisis act, and we're going to act like it's the real deal. IPS, should we change the spelling? What is the spelling? Is it Hawking or Hawkings? I thought it was Hawkings with an S. Oh, I see. No, don't use that obituary. Use that website. It's called Fody.com. Here, I'll push the link. Make your own. That one I was just copied and pasted the obituary from the other crisis actor, Christopher Reeves, just to show you how easy it is to do it. But what we need to do is get a really quick 30-second video that says something like "Rip Stephen Hawking" and just have like a crossfades, really dramatic, of him, like something you'd see on a cheesy memorial website. Put a sad song, and we'll tweet it, and we'll shed some tears for this guy. Obituary posted on Facebook. I love it. Just share it. The thing is, we all know he's just a propaganda mouthpiece, not a real person. Dan W says, let's kidnap him. Yeah, well, he's definitely a sacred cow. They use these people as human shields. Whether they always create victims. And when I say they, I mean the manipulators, the propagandists. They know that he can come up there and he can say, you people are breathing all the oxygen, kill your babies. And no one's going to criticize him because he's Stephen Hawking. And they assume he's a genius, like he's just a life support system for a brain. It's like, no, this thing is an animatronic, embalmed, I guess it's a cyborg. It's not even a person, actually. I think it's purely plastic. There's nothing there. Hey, what's up, I Spy NASA Lies? Thanks for dropping in. I did see you there. Let's all change our Facebook profiles to Stephen Hawking. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Hey, we need a meme that has Stephen Hawking and put Rip Stephen Hawking and then make that your Facebook profile pic. And here's the thing, just pretend like you fell for it. So later when they find out it was a hoax, be like, oh man, I fell for it. That was rotten. And here's the reason we're doing it. For those of you who just got here, the reason why we're doing this is because we're going to cause people to inadvertently trip and fall into the flat earth rabbit hole by the thousands. Because these two issues are tied together. You can't look into the Stephen Hawking's is dead video category without coming across flat earth. So this is going to be a big day for a lot of people. A lot of people are going to wake up. Eon Alberto says, if I hear the word solidarity one more time, I will commit suicide. I know, I agree. Ugh. I hate that. It's like, no thanks. How about leave me alone? When they say solidarity, what they're asking is, they're asking for you to give your consent so that they can regulate your life and conform you to the herd. No, we are gonna right now though. We're gonna shill. We're gonna shill this. We're gonna pretend. We're gonna be crisis actors. Like the instant the Rip Stephen Hawking's memorial video goes up on YouTube, I'm gonna be on there commenting like, man, this guy's contributions. He just gave so much to us. Snopes is gonna be busy, exactly. And yeah, oh, Dan W says, I can't even read that. Hawking's porn video leaked. No, but just none of you should feel bad about this because we know that this guy has been dead for 15, 20 years. Like he donated his body to science back in the 80s. And he's just been this puppet and they've been using him to give out left-wing globalist exterminationist talking points without being criticized. Kind of, they have a system here. They've got it down. It's just a human shield on the battlefield of ideas. Amit Sphinx says IPS's thoughts vibrate on nanohertz. That could have been sped up on audible sound. Interesting. That's an interesting theory. Have you seen the movie Scanners? It's a Cronenberg film. It's a fascinating movie, but it's about these people who their mothers are part of an experiment where they were taking a drug called ephemeral, and these expectant mothers would be told that this drug will give your kid psychic abilities or whatever. And one of the patients comes out of it, and he's got this issue where when he gets really pissed, people's heads explode like around him, like literally. Their heads explode. You've probably seen the GIF of the exploding head. That's from Scanners. Let me go ahead and post that. I think it's probably one of the best GIFs I've ever seen. The effects, I mean, the special effects at that time, pre-CGI, when they had to make it look real, it's just incredible. Here we go. I'm posting a link to the exploding head. Stephen Hawking is the inspiration for the Reanimator. Well, I've seen Stephen Hawking's. Here's the thing: I've been talking about archetypes and how they mix the entertainment and the government. The media, the state-controlled media, and the entertainment are one, right? So, for example, they used Spock to build up an archetype, and that was later picked up by one of the leading propagandists for scientism, Bill Nye. Bill Nye's resemblance to Spock is intentional. Well, with Stephen Hawking, they prepped people for this character, both in Doctor Who and in Star Trek. I think his name was Captain Pike, and in Doctor Who, his name was like, I don't know, it was some nerdy thing, but it was, I made a video about it. And so what they do is they set the stage by building this character in your head, and then they bring him out for real, and you take him seriously. And you treat it like a savant or an oracle. It's just ridiculous. What's up, Robert and Diana Olivan? Tried to stay up with you last night, but you got me. Yeah, last night was a dry run for the Flat Earth Report. Hey, if you've tweeted anything related to this Stephen Hawking meme, post a link here so we can retweet it. Last night was a dry one. It was a dry run it was episode number 0. Tonight will be number 1. So it's going to be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday thing. So it's going to be 3 days a week, a 3-hour live stream. In the third hour, I'll take calls. And then on Saturday night, I'm going to talk about things that are a little fringier just because they're worth discussing, but they're a little too crazy for a casual conversation. And that'll be the flat earth and other paradigm shocks. But it's going to be, NSFT, not safe for trolls. Oh, you all appreciated the exploding head? Yeah, those effects, mind-blowing. Yeah, that movie, though, if you watch it, it has a fascinating subtext. If any of you have seen it, I would ask you to examine the names of the doctor, Dr. Cameron, and how it connects with the Moonchild and the Babylon working. It has some subtext to it, and I don't think it's unintentional. Cube Earther says, I've been recording the last few minutes of this. I doubt your hoax will last long. Well, it depends. Here's the thing, Cube. Like, you could call it right now. You could call Anderson Cooper, and you could say, hey, they're going to spread a fake story. They're going to hoax that Stephen Hawking is dead. You could really shout it from the rooftops, but if enough people respond to it at once and retweet it, it's going to go out of control. You can't stop it. You literally can't stop it. It's like a fire, and that's what we're trying to do. We're starting up. Oh, that's great. That's rather good. I'm posting a link. This is fantastic work. Now we need like 3 or 4 of these and some sad music and a video. I posted a link there, and I'll put it in the description as well. This is too funny. Okay, so let me go ahead and tweet this thing, and then I need who has a Twitter here? If you have a Twitter account, a GeoShifter, yes, please make a quick rip video. Do you have a Twitter account? IPS, can we expand on the Hitler Disney thing? Absolutely. We will. That's what Friday night's for. Flat Earth and other paradigm shocks. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this video of this guy's head exploding. Man, this is so sick. It's literally throwing it's just Sorry, I got to turn that off. I don't watch like horror films anymore. I don't watch the kinds of movies I do, and so when I see a convincing video that shows a guy's head exploding, I'm just like, what the hell? Okay, it's like a watermelon, like Gallagher, but it was I don't know, it was fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and post a link to my tweet where I'm tweeting this RIP Stephen Hawking meme. Somebody repost it. Oh wait, I found it. So basically, I need you to go to this Twitter link and retweet it. So let me go ahead and post it below. I'm not going to associate it with the flat earth hashtag. I'm just going to post it as is. So right now, the link that I'm posting is a link to it. There you go. The Drobot, as long as Steemit responds within a few hours, I'll be able to post it on before tonight. Excellent. He's referring to the paper, the Flat Earth Report. I can take articles all day long, any day of the week, and I'll post it and it'll instantaneously show up. So it's not a big deal, any day of the week. And as long as before it goes into print, which will be like Friday night, and I'm not printing, like I'm printing maybe 5 or 6, but for the most part, it's just going to be a print on demand thing. But I'm going to get a few just for my own inventory. And I want to look at the quality of it and everything because it's a new company I haven't worked with. But okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that comment, Don. Lee Harvey Hitler doesn't Twitter. I can understand. Twitter, though, gives you insight into the collective id, and it gives you a way to directly troll or stick. That's a yeah. And don't. Hey, by the way, I don't mean to get sidetracked, but if you do use profile pic, don't admit that you knew it was a hoax. You know, pretend like you fell for it. There's not a Facebook page for it. Someone should do a Stephen Hawking memorial page. Brian Smith says, remake the Sarah McLachlan animal cruelty video with with just pictures of Stephen Hawking. Fantastic. Oh, I spy NASA Eyes. What do you have for me here? This is too funny. Okay, I'm in. I'm in. My Facebook profile is. This is so funny. I am also putting up the RIP Stephen Hawking, and make sure you type the hashtag in on your image description because we want this hashtag to trend. This is so. You retweeted it, Stephen. Excellent, excellent work. And I'm getting the messages that the retweets are flying. Hey, what's up? The exploration of fake space. Just Ask says trolling on Twitter is fun. Hey, listen, I don't go on Twitter unless I'm trolling. I mean, seriously, I don't even bother. I mean, there's nothing to do there except just, launch some grenades, type in all caps, talk crap, and hopefully get a retweet and expose some of these insecure elitist scumbags for what they are. Like Joe Rogan. Man, we were talking about last night. If Joe Rogan had any hair, it would be gray right now because of flat Earth. And I swear the guy's shrinking. And he's slouching in his chair, and he's got more wrinkles, and he's bitchier than ever. And he's scraping the bottom of the barrel. He's like, Steve-O, help me out. Like Steve-O, what is he's like the last he's like the lifeline. Steve, I need you to come help me. And his evidence was, oh, I went on a plane really high once and I saw a curve. So okay, hearsay from a has-been. Since when does hearsay from a has-been constitute evidence? Anybody? Hey, what's up, Globebusters? Globebusters, yeah, this is interesting. What happened is it's a sad day for flat Earth. The animatronic doomsayer has been called out as as dead. He's been dead for probably 15 years. We think he may have donated his body to science, and he thought they were going to look at his organs or something, but no. They turned him into a prop, a mouthpiece, a sock puppet for the globalist cult of scientism, a spokesmouth for power, and I don't even think that he would appreciate it if he even knew what was going on. Well, here's the Facebook thing, Toto, is people are using this RIP Stephen Hawking meme or picture as their Facebook profile. It's pretty funny, but it's the thing is, you do not want to say that you think he's dead. Just post the picture and act like you fell for it. And if enough people pick up on it and they start searching "Rip Stephen Hawking" and they find this memorial video, just don't say too much. We got some fake obituaries in the works. It's just a. It's here's what we're trying to do. Here is the goal. The goal is to get a lot of unsuspecting people to inadvertently trip and fall face first into the flat Earth rabbit hole. Kyle McDonald, IPS, change your hashtag to "Rip Stephen Hawking." Oh, I see how you wrote it. Yeah, it does stand out more that way, doesn't it? And by the way, this live chat isn't happening. And what I mean by that is it will be deleted after. So get those links there for the fake headline creating. If anything you tweet, post it here and we'll retweet it. Your Twitter account is Toxic Lucidity. Okay, let me follow you there. Anybody here have capability of making a really quick memorial video? We just need a slideshow and some sad music. Elaborate. Again, I'm posting a link here. This is the image. I think this was created by Kyle. Oh, it's with a V. Somebody post that on Instagram. All right, I can never get their names right. Is it a V? Is it a PH? Is it an S? Is he plural? All I know is that I've seen more realistic I've seen more realistic animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese. You ever been to Chuck E. Cheese Pizza and you have those animals up on the stage playing the music? Like those guys are more believable as being real than Stephen Hawking. Now, are there enough wrenches going around? We got to maintain quality control here. We don't need any. This is a NSFT area, not safe for trolls. Just fair warning, not safe for trolls. Show no mercy, trolls to the oven. We don't have time for it. Tam R, are you not just trotting blindly into the fake news blindly? I'm not understanding your syntax. I think I know what you're saying. Like, I think you're trying to say, are we playing with fire? No, this is harmless. Trust me, this is harmless. And the fact is, like, I saw it earlier. I saw some of these tweets earlier and how fast they're spreading on Facebook. And I'm thinking, well, you can't really stop it now. Like I said, someone in here said, I'm recording you and I'm going to tell everybody it's a hoax. I'm like, go for it. Climb on top of your roof and tell everybody it's a hoax. By the time this catches on, it's going to be too late. You're not going to be able to stop it. All right, thank you, Four Eyes to See. Please, we don't tolerate three types of people. I mean, you're allowed to disagree, but what you're not allowed to do is you're not allowed to be a Bible thumper, a globe thumper, or a Mein Kampf thumper. None of those things are acceptable in this chat room. There are other places you can go for that. Not safe for Troll Zone, exactly. Twitwit, what are you referring to? Did I ban somebody you cared about? Listen, this is a short chat. It's just going to take about an hour, and I'm going to delete it. So, if somebody's here and they're not down with the plan, they're not into it, we are going to block them. We don't need any naysayers right now. What's up, Joey Silf? So here, if you just arrived here, here's what we're doing. We're letting people know that the Stephen Hawking's thing is not a real person. It's a mouthpiece. It's a sock puppet for the New World Order. It promotes scientism. It promotes endarkment. It actually, you know what? It advocates for the enslavement of your children, if not their extermination. So don't give it a pass. It's not a human shield. It's an animatronic. It's a doll. It's a ventriloquist. And George Soros is pulling its little strings and writing its scripts. Like, don't fall for that crap. And so by calling him out as dead, we're calling it out as what it is. It's a big psyop. It's a fraud. And moreover, if you look into the issue of Stephen Hawking being alive right now, this strange and glaring anomaly, guess what? You're going to trip and fall into the flat earth because these issues are all interconnected. Post links to your tweets and stuff. Exactly. Akari says your title makes it sound like Hawking died. You clickbait. That's good. That was the point. And there's if you look at the image there, just tweet it. It says it has the rip Stephen Hawking. Just tweet it and post your tweets so we can retweet them. Let me go ahead and do one. I'm sending one right now to you at Toxic Lucidity. Oh, I see. Somebody put the P. Okay, that's fine. As long as you use the V in the hashtag, and just don't elaborate. Don't write too much. Maybe say he was a great man, but okay, I got it posted. And Toxic Lucidity, please repost it. In fact, I'm going to pin it to my profile. So I'm putting a link below to my Twitter profile. Go there and retweet what I just tweeted. And then, of course, make that your profile picture on Facebook, if you will. Hawking was made by Jim Henson, said Shuriken Earth. I agree. Amit Sphinx, actually, I think you're right about that, about nanohertz frequencies. I'm not denying it one bit. I think you're totally on spot with that one. I really am. That's why I brought up the movie Scanners. And that's what, I think you might, if you haven't read it, you ought to look into the book Neuromancer by William Gibson. It's exactly about what you're talking about. And it's one of my favorite books. It's part of a trilogy that ties into this concept. And I think you're onto something. You're ahead of your time. Yeah, opening Pandora's box. He probably died 15 years ago, and he thought he was donating his body to science. He didn't know he was donating his body to show business. Look at his IMBD thing. The guy, scientism is show business. If nothing else that you get out of this, scientism is show business. It's all a movie. It's all entertainment for the most part. It's not scientific at all. Google rip Stephen Hawking. Let me take a look at that. What comes up when you search rip Stephen Hawking? Stephen Hawking dead 2017. So this is fascinating. Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to debunk it. This might actually get some traction. Yeah, scientism is a dogmatic religion. And here's what we're doing here. They're idols. They're sacred cows. They're opinion leaders, the ones you can't criticize, whether it's victims from this particular psyop or a shill for that. Whatever it happens to be, like Al Gore, you can't let these man-bear pigs get away with it. And some guy like this is a human shield for a man-bear pig to basically brainwash your kids. You're supposed to just give him your utter belief. It's all a hoax. And what he's preaching is bad. If Stephen Hawking was saying, think for yourself, learn the scientific method, I'd be cool. But all he says is the human race is cancer on the earth. The human race will go extinct if we don't leave the planet in 100 years. He's a doomsayer. He's like, no matter what we do, an asteroid's going to end all life anyway. One thing after another. I'm like, when is this guy just going to stop being a fountain of negativity? When has he ever said, have a nice day? Never. He's a doomsayer. Electronic doomsayer, a new world order sock puppet. Nothing more. And yes, he's been dead for a long time. Hey, Nooblebear, I'm going to give you a wrench so you can post your links. Good morning, Road FFM. This is just a short hangout. We're in the process of letting the public know. We're showing them what's behind the curtain here. Just letting them know that Stephen Hawking's been dead for a long time. His body was donated to the show business of scientism, and he has been a New World Order mouthpiece sock puppet for about 20 years. And before he was introduced, in the media, in the entertainment world, that were prepping you for his emergence, like Captain Pike in Star Trek, and then that weird wheelchair guy in Doctor Who. They've been preparing us for this stuff for a long time. Big Bang Theory. Yeah, did you see him on Big Bang Theory? I mean, come on. Hawking is a fake Tesla. Good call there. Such fakery. It's all scientism. Yeah, the teeth. Yeah, you're right about that. There's different puppets. And listen, the last time I saw this thing, like I'm saying, it's less convincing than some of the animatronics you see at the Chuck E. Cheese. And the last time I saw this thing talk, see, I was staring into the eyes of a 30-year-old crisis actor wearing a prosthetic mask, tucked up inside of the chair, underneath the puppet. I mean, it's a charade. Let's just call it like it is. Sometimes you just got to call it like it is, you know? It's like, get over it. Let's just put this thing to rest. What are they going to do? Just like let him live forever? And now they're sending him around the country, around the world as a hologram. I saw this like Geek Fest in Hong Kong, and all these people are like watching the stage, and Stephen Hawking gets beamed down as a hologram, and he's all like saying, quantum physics is important, but none of you can understand it. And then he disappears. And I'm like, that didn't do any good. They're trying to convince you that your minds are futile and you need to rely on experts like this brain on life support. It's obscene. It is obscene, and people fall for it. Oh yeah, Captain Pike. Yes, Captain Pike was definitely the prototype. See, because it's a government entertainment media complex, and so what they do is they prep you with the entertainment for what they're going to introduce to you in the media, which advances a government agenda. It's like this with everything. That's why they have preparation. That's why they have so many doomsday movies, so many alien invasion movies, so many everything. And they're all designed to sell things. You know, they want to sell you on the like zombie movies. I think that's probably just there to sell us on the idea that we need to get vaccinated and that we need big government, because if it weren't for big government, we would be at each other's throats. Like these are two myths that we got to get rid of, and you'll see these all over the place. Dante Jones, as far as vaccines, I'm not against medicine. That's all I'm going to say. The problem with vaccines is that they're introducing vaccines as something that should be mandatory, and you do not want to give Big Brother permission to put needles underneath your skin. You give him that, even if he gives you candy, you know, even if he gives you, you know, basically they lead you in with something good. Like, yeah, here, this is something sweet. This will make you feel better. But once they have you in the habit of being dependent on them, once you accept the premise that Big Brother ought to inoculate you, then you get Bill Gates, who's like, all right, well, let's drop the population down to 500 million. Go ahead and put this chemical compound in all of the vaccines, and then we'll have Fox News and CNN run with a story that there's a new bird flu. Everybody's going to run and get their vaccine at Walgreens, and then by tomorrow, the carbon footprint of the human race will have been diminished by 75%. That's how these sick fucks think. Yeah, you're right about that, Kyle McDonald. He is the Wizard of Oz. You got it. Laughing at people in a wheelchair is not PC. So it's like, here's what I was thinking, like, listen, they're using this human shield thing. Like, do you think that if a flat earther, we'll just say, well, I don't want to say any names because people are so sensitive these days. No, I'll just say it. Okay, if Eric Dubay faked like he got into a karate accident and he had to go into a wheelchair, and he went up to Joe Rogan and started debating flat Earth, do you think Joe Rogan would be as harsh on him? He probably would. He'd probably kick over the wheelchair because it's a double standard. You know, they hold up these characters that we can't attack as human shields, not because they believe that the person is actually, you know, someone who should be protected. It's just a tactic. It's cold. These people are cold-blooded. What's really sick about Sandy Hook is that they use children crisis actors. You know, how can a child consent to taking part in political activism of any kind? I don't think children should be at Trump rallies, Antifa rallies. I don't think children should be at political rallies of any sort, because these are highly charged events, and the kids can't think. I don't think indoctrination is cool. I just don't. Although I would totally support taking your kids to a pro Second Amendment rally, because I mean that's something you can't really argue against. But the free speech thing, as you've seen, it's just too contentious and it's dangerous. I wouldn't do it. You saw this whole Berkeley thing, and that's being intentionally, hey, by the way, that's being intentionally agitated. The Berkeley riots, these are not organic. And on both sides, they're being agitated, not just the Antifa. We know Antifa is funded for by globalists, but the other side, they've got their own agitators in there. And the reason why is the media is trying to convince us of something. This goes back to the Muppet Babies thing. There are a couple of writers that I had met once who were script writers for the Muppet Babies. And what they said is that they were introducing the narrative that you need the nanny state once this diverse group gets into a big mess, when they have fights, they have disputes, and then there's a big crash. And in every episode of Muppet Babies, there would be a crash, Nanny would run in and straighten everything out. And these writers said, yeah, this is just teaching the kids that you need a nanny state, that if it's not for an authoritarian, we will have chaos. They've trained people to believe that we need an authority figure in order to behave and not be at each other's throats. And they want you to believe that because it gives them an excuse to have more power, centralized power, the idea that man needs to be controlled. Questions here. You have to look at the narratives when it comes to any PSYOP, whether it's the Stephen Hawking PSYOP, a 9/11 PSYOP, a Sandy Hook PSYOP, or the one yesterday at Manchester a couple days ago. It's always about what they're trying to push. What narrative are they advancing? Are they advancing war on terror, which means, oh, we need bigger national security apparatus? Like if you notice the Manchester thing, I've seen the news headlines, they're talking about it as though this wouldn't have happened if only we had better surveillance. So they want to increase the surveillance state. And you might think that's a good idea if you believe in the threat of Islamic terror. You're like, yeah, let's stop the terrorists. But guess what? Those are mostly provocateur and they're faked. And they use this, they gin up the agitation is my point. They gin it up in order to regulate. So with the Antifa thing at Berkeley, they want there to be contention, and the media wants you to think, we can't play nice. We need a nanny state. Same thing with this terrorist attack over there in Manchester. They want us to think that we need the government to regulate our thoughts. They've been setting this precedent for a long time. I was looking at some footage of this Sandy Hook documentary where they're setting the idea that, well, if only Adam Lanza had a psychiatrist intervene and help him regulate his hateful emotions, it wouldn't have happened. I mean, how sick is that? You're not sure Manchester was a hoax? Here's how you know it's a hoax. It was on the mainstream media. That's how you know it's a hoax. I mean, honestly, you can be an auto hoaxer these days. There's no reason to even look into it. And I'm being a little bit facetious, but I'm just sick and tired of it. It's like I look at it, I'm like, okay, what fakery are they pulling now? And then you look in the media, here's how you know it's a hoax. They already have talking points ready to advance the instant the hoax goes down. There's a reason why it's like Sandy Hook. Someone gets on the news, they're weeping. First they're laughing, then they're weeping like, oh yeah, my 6-year-old just died. By the way, support this proposition. I mean, these people are lobbying. It's agenda-driven media, and PSYOPs are no different. It's just propaganda. These are drills. It's totally legal. They can do it. From now on, it's actually, honestly, it is safe. I think it is safe to say that the mainstream media is Hollywood. It's safe to say that. Like you could err on the side of caution and just assume it's all fake. And you'll be right more than 50% of the time. Bet on them lying and you'll be right 100% of the time. That's all they are. They're liars. Auto hoax reality, exactly. Anybody else? Please post a link if you're tweeting this Stephen Hawking thing. I'm going to go ahead and tweet it in the flat earth hashtag just once, but I'm not making it a flat earth thing. But what we want to happen is we want people to trip and fall into an unexpected, that once seen, it cannot be unseen. There we go. 6 hearts, 5 retweets. Let's see who retweeted it. You can just click the retweet and it'll tell you who actually promoted that tweet. So let's see who did it. Toxic lucidity. Okay, I'm retweeting it again. Anyhow, Facebook as well. It says we need 1 minute of computer speech silence for Stephen. Okay, let's just have a moment of silence. Oh, wait. Awaken Mind, you've got friends in Orlando, ex-cops, 100% BS. Yeah, that one was so faked. And here's the thing about that. Like I said, every PSYOP has an agenda, and they're partisan. And so when you see an Islamic terrorist attack, you know it's going to benefit the right wing. And during the election year, it seemed like all of the terrorist attacks were pretty much, well, not all of them. It was more like in 2015, I think there were more. You had the Dylan Roof, right? No, Dylan Roof was 2015. Well, anyway, my point is, when the disco shooting went down, I was like, wait a minute, Trump right now is on his election campaign. He's trying to pander to the LGBTQ community, and he's being branded as a homophobe. So I'm like, watch, this thing's going to end up being a terrorist because Trump's going to use it. And sure enough, once we realized the motivation here wasn't that the guy was like a jilted lover of some other closet case. No, he was actually an Islamic terrorist, according to the story. And then Trump runs with it. He gets on a stage, he waves around a rainbow flag, and he reads off the teleprompter. And I think I mean he was just like pandering. He was straight up gloating almost like I got these people in the palm of my hand because he says I will protect you is what he said to them. He said LGBT people, I will protect you. The other side won't. They will get you killed by these terrorists. I mean, come on. It's all manipulation. A history of deception. This is not clickbait. This is a PSA. The public needs to know that Stephen Hawking's been dead for 10, 15 years, if not longer. That he donated his life to he donated his body to science, and he didn't know that his body would end up being donated to show business, because that's what scientism is. Scientism is pageantry. It's Wizard of Oz pageantry. It is show business. It is not science. Yes, Linda McFadden. My account on Twitter is Yoga Zombies, at Yoga Zombies. So let me go ahead and post a link again. And then you can see the Stephen Hawking RIP and just retweet it. There we go. Thanks again, dailyplane.com. I'm posting my link right here, and post yours as well. And Marco, post your Twitter handle. Andy Patrick says, thanks, I Spy. You're very welcome. Apparently, IPS backwards spells spy. And since witches and occultists and CIA tricksters and hucksters all play with words, it's me revealing that I'm a spy. Wake Up Sheeple says, hello, IPS, and all effing YouTube never shows us live until 40 minutes after. Hey, oh, well, hey, by the way, Wake the Sheeple, this was actually unscheduled. This just came up spontaneously as a result of a conversation I was having with the dailyplane.com, another newspaper. So now we have the flatearthreport.com and the dailyplane.com. This is like the Flat Earth Associated Press. But I'm going to have a scheduled talk, and I'll be announcing it in advance so you won't be out of the loop. So I'll put up a 2-minute video saying, I'm going live at 7 to 10 MDT, or whatever time it's going to be, and I'll tweet it, and I'll share it, and I'll make sure it's there. And then I'll probably open it up 5 minutes prior to make sure we get at least 33 people there before I start talking. Crazy White Boy, about that. That other one is my Tim Osmond channel. Just send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. I'm doing, I have another channel where I'm mostly going to be focused on other things. Iconography, religious symbolism, tarot, more deeper into specifics, like kind of deeper into the weeds. Not really, because this channel here is more for the big picture, the overview. Well, Wake the Sheeple 2016, there's been conspiracy theories that Stephen Hawking's been dead for a long time, and people have already made the case. And so all we're doing is drawing the attention to that, and we're just asking the question. And I think it's a fair question. Lamont Spellman, if you want to be a writer for the newsletter, send me an email at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. In fact, let me just give you the link right now. I have a... Let me find it for you. Well, here we go. Just go to my last video from last night, and underneath that, Andrew Leon, can you start a cult? No, Flat Earth is the anti-cult. It's an anti-religion, and it's the anti-psyop. You can't form a cult around an anti-statist movement based on individualism and freedom. You know, cults are all about collectivism, pathological levels of altruism, herd mentality, and this is not a herd mentality. Herd mentality is the globe. Herd mentality is believing whatever Neil deGrasse Tyson says. This is the opposite of that. So no, I couldn't start a cult. Oh, actually, you're asking. Yeah, actually, you know what? I might. I was thinking about it. Not here, not a flat Earth related thing, but on the other channel. Yeah, I could see that becoming a cult, like a quasi-luminous cult. But I wouldn't be down for the whole cutting myself thing. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, that's definitely a little jab. You know, apparently there's like some words and some things you can say that will get people to think you're a shill. And I'm like, well, they already think you're a shill anyway if you have an opinion, so you might as well just own it. Yeah, I'm Illuminati. I'm a 33rd degree Jesuit shill, and I'm here to end flat Earth for everybody. And then once you deflate that, once you call it out as ridiculous as it is, they don't have anything after that, and they recognize how ridiculous it is. Toxic Lucidity says, we share many values, IPS. Flat Earth is a meta tribe. It really is. It cuts across all barriers, all boundaries, all demographics. It's the meta cult, and what we're united on is the knowledge that we are sovereigns and that there are no royal bloodlines, that there's no elite. It's all a contraption. It's all a hoax. Flattrotter SS says, we are an emerging culture. Exactly. Demethyl Trip with me says, IPS should take on a French accent and call himself. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if I can do that. Christian Andreas, the red pill philosophy guy, covers the media and thinks they are real events. Yeah, see, that's the problem. The whole idea, it's such a joke. You get like channels like Red Pill Philosophy, and it's like, hey man, you're a blue pillar. You're confused, buddy. He's actually a purple pillar. I'll call him. I'll give him more credit than that, okay? The Red Pill Philosophy guy is a purple pillar. And what I mean is that he's taken the red pill, but he can't quite stop he's still addicted to the blue pill to some degree. And so if you're someone who you're waking up to most of the deceptions, but you can't let go of Lion Brian Williams and Anderson Pooper Scooper, well, then you're still caught in the matrix. You can't have one foot in the matrix, one foot in reality. Sorry, red pill philosopher. You're a hoax. You're a fraud. You're a charlatan. You're a fake. You're a hypocrite. You're full of shit. And that beard doesn't give you any credibility. I mean, that guy's just a talking beard. He's a spokesmouth for the elite. You pretty much are. Listen, if you're going to talk as though all these stupid media hoaxes are real, Fox or CNN, you're a flying monkey. You're an Agent Smith. You're a proxy. You're a stooge. Red Pill Dude is great as a flat earther in hiding. I don't know. Because if he keeps reacting as though there is like a truth, like Islamic terrorist threat, then he's working for the powers that be. You know, he's got to stop that. Yeah, he can't be half dosing it. Exactly. He has some flat earth videos, but what I'm saying is he's purple pilled. You know, until you can let go of the media. That's why I say before you even talk about flat earth, talk about Sandy Hook. Before you even get close to, you know, really uprooting somebody's basic worldview, talk about the fake media and the fake education because and the fake science. Remember, fake media, fake science. Because if people can't do that, they're not going to be able to go all the way down. And this red pill philosopher guy, he can't let go of it. He won't go deeper than 20% to the rabbit hole. And it's like maybe they're afraid of losing subs, and I'm saying screw it, man. You'll gain more subs by telling the truth. Wake the Sheeple says IPS gets these subs so fast because he's not a shill, but because people recognize truth. Yeah, that's a good point, Wake the Sheeple. Those people who say, and I'm not going to name names, but those who keep telling everybody that I'm a shill, they're being very disrespectful to my subscribers because they're saying that you, my subscribers, aren't smart enough to think for yourselves. The person who says that IPS is a shill, oh, Infinite Plane Society, he's a shill, they're telling you that they know more than you do. And so I tell those people, go after yourselves. You don't know what you're talking about. Go pick up a globe, put on a dunce cap, sit in the corner, and maybe watch CNN, listen to NPR, because we don't really have time for these what you call these purple pillars, these people who are halfway in, halfway out. Flattrotter SS says Hawking is a robot for the elite. Exactly. I call him a New World Order sock puppet. Anderson Cooper Vanderbilt. Yeah, these are lifetime actors. And remember, we were talking about this last night. These people that they put to lead us around, the shepherds, the wolves in shepherds' clothing, most of them, they're born into it. They're groomed for it. They see as their role the regulation of your thoughts. Someone should make a meme of Anderson Cooper scooping poop. Yeah, I think that'd be a good one. Anybody? I'll bite. I'll do that one. People actually believe what he says, though. He has more credibility than even Bill Nye. And we've seen him in the green screen pretending to be at Sandy Hook where his nose was disappearing. Like a reverse Pinocchio. He's on there lying in front of the world and his nose is disappearing. And it's because he's in front of a green screen. I mean, you thought the ISS was fake. Just watch CNN for 20 minutes. It's all fake. Mason, thanks for dropping by. We appreciate it. Rip Stephen Hawking. Have a moment of silence. The Warlock says, IPS, can you get Ray William Johnson on the show? Yeah, send him a link. Who is Ray William Johnson? I don't know exactly who that is, but I'm open to talk to anybody. That's what these nightly broadcasts are going to be. So tonight, I'm going to talk to a couple of people on my live feed in the third hour. Okay, thank you, dailyplane.com. Link. Rip Stephen Hawking's. Oh man, that is so fantastic. Retweet it. And you spelled it right. Oh wait, it's Stephen Hawking with a V. So when you retweet it, just insert a new hashtag and put hashtag. I mean, people are going to do both, by the way, but we want the one to we want it to trend. Again, be really vague. Don't say anything about dates. Don't post don't try to like sell anybody on the idea. Just leak it out there and let the people carry it. Let the people react because this is how psyops work. And then, hey, by the way, don't just like, retweet, and respond, but he will be missed. Like, be a crisis actor. Like I'm putting that now. Shall be missed. Hashtag rip. It's like that, easy. You know, crisis actors don't even have to show tears. You know, because people aren't looking for it. They're not thinking straight. Remember, the media is all about getting you in a hypnotic trance and messing with your emotions. And at that point, people won't even question your performance. I remember right after Sandy Hook, it was like, how dare you question the emotions of these grieving parents? Again, human shields. Oh, it is Steven. Okay, it is PH. Okay, I'm sorry. Last time you corrected me, I thought, okay, we'll do both. So, false alarm, it's PH. Honestly, it's not going to do any harm getting it wrong because most people aren't going to really know. It'll be harder for them to even clean up after this mess, to be quite honest. There we go. Rip Stephen Hawking. Corrected. Such a sad day. Marilyn Wisbley says, I'm waiting to go home soon, just having a coffee and a lovely unexpected meal. Skate eyes mash and parsley. That sounds really good. I have to go get breakfast as well. So I'm going to put a little trailer announcing my live stream. This one here is going to be deleted. Hour mark. Well, it won't be deleted. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on private. This video, I'm going to put it on private for the next few days. But I'm not necessarily going to delete it. Yeah, exactly. Hank Neuter says, if your friend died, you would not do an interview. That's how you know it's a psyop. You got these people who are like, oh yeah, my kid just got butchered and my feelings are really hurt. And it's like, why aren't you at the hospital? Why aren't you at the morgue? Why aren't you demanding to see your kid? Why aren't you crying? Why are you laughing and yucking it up with the crew back there? Because you're a crisis actor. I saw this documentary. I just had to laugh. One of those losers. Okay, these guys come out dressed up like FBI at Sandy Hook, but it's just Army surplus gear. Like it's like seriously, it's bad Army surplus gear. The guy's wearing like a canteen and a shovel. He's carrying his weapon upside down. The Kevlar helmet doesn't fit. I mean, these people were just so disheveled, and I'm like, that's a low budget psyop they try to pull off there. I mean, they could have done so much more with the money they got. I mean, Sandy Hook was just so poorly executed. That's why they were exposed. I Spy NASA Live says, I was about to say, don't share this video. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to keep this video out there. Now, here's who you need to tweet it to. You know, in addition to, oh, look at this one, Platonic Forms. Stephen Hawking taught me all about Earth science. Rip Stephen Hawking. No, that's hilarious. So I'm going to put at, see who can put it at. I'm going to put it at Bill Nye. And I'm going to put it also at, because here's the thing, when you reply to some people, if they respond, their followers will respond. Oh, Bill Gates. So I'm sending this Stephen Hawking taught me all about flat Earth science. I didn't catch that. Bill Nye, Bill Gates, any other Bills, any other shills. We'll see if Bill Burr runs with it. Oh, and Bill Clinton, the rapist. Here you go, you rapist scumbag. You child fucking. Sorry, don't want to go there. Bill Clinton is a rapist. Okay, let's move along. Post it all over Reddit. Yeah, Reddit. Maybe I'll do a Steemit post as well. Put Mr. I don't think that's gonna work. Sorry, that's a comment I can't read. Some of these people are hilarious. Spreading the word that he died on Twitter and Facebook. The sheep will believe it. Yeah, you're right. Because here's the thing: we're relying on the sheep to not don't think about these psyops. You know, if these people like that red pill philosophy guy, you know, if these people just like respond to a psyop like Pavlovian dogs, like, oh, the NWO is ringing the bell, time for you to salivate. If that's how hardwired they got you, you're in the matrix. You're not red pilled. Stop fronting. But these brainwashed sheep will run with it, and that's why this thing's kind of a joke. You know, because people want to get in front of it. They want to be like, I want to be the one to break the news that Stephen Hawking died. He was so iconic. Solar powered steam engine. You liked your own tweet on Rip Stephen Hawking? Retweet it. Post it to my Twitter account so I can share it. Lu Tao says Helios, Sol Invictus, Apollo worshipping ballers. Yep, you got it. Noble Bear, that's beautiful, he says. This is good. This is something that we could actually put on the little memorial video. He's no longer confined to his chair. Now he's flying through the infinite, ever expanding universe. Yeah, that's good. That's obituary material. Man, you're a poet. But if someone hasn't made a memorial video by now, what's stopping you? All we need is a little slideshow, cheesy, cheesy funeral home music. Hey, Aaron Hahn says, thanks, brother. Rip. Stephen Hawking. Awesome. I appreciate the contribution. That will go towards the art show and getting the art from the many people who have submitted work. So far, and I haven't even checked the form in the last 24 hours, I think we have 96 artists who want to contribute work. And I exchanged emails with Math Powerland about getting a bunch of those photo or painting shirts. And it's too soon to say, but as we get closer to the opening day of the art show, I'm going to see what I can do about getting certain people to show up. Because there's going to be a panel discussion, and there's going to be a globe pinata. Oh, you posted it on Neil deGrasse Tyson's Facebook. That's hilarious. I got to take a look at that. Yeah, tweet it to Neil deGrasse Tyson and use it in his hashtag. Man, that is so funny. Now I'm going to share this post to a couple of my pages because this is, and like I said, the less you say, the better. You never want to oversell something like this. You just prod it along. Maybe everybody will change their avatars. We'll have 50,000 Rip Stephen Hawking avatars on Facebook, and then what? What are they going to do? I mean, come on. The thing's so fake. They're just, and I think they have plans on making him like a permanent hologram. They'll say they uploaded his brain into the computer. San Francisco bad boy says, I saw Stephen Hawking at a strip club with a dollar pressed between his chest and chin. Yeah, I don't buy that. But listen, and it's not about Stephen Hawking. Just to be clear, you know, we're not like attacking this person. We're just pointing out that we've seen more convincing animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese. That Stephen Hawking is an embalmed animatronic spokesmouth sock puppet for the New World Order, and he spouts misanthropy. He preaches exterminationism. He's like, there's too many people. If we don't leave the planet in 100 years, we're effed. If we leave the planet and aliens find us, we're effed. If you don't reduce your population, the world's, I mean, the guy's a doomsayer, and nobody questions him because he's like a sacred cow. And the more you look at him, you realize there's no way this thing's alive. He donated his body to science, and instead his family sold him into the show business of scientism. Like, I don't think he expected this. I don't think he expected to be an ideologue dressed up as a scientist. Stephen Hawking will resurrect in 3 days. Well, hey, when the people find out he's alive, we'll say, hey, maybe they resurrected him. Maybe he's never going to die. Put lava jawbreakers in the pinata. Okay, I'll take that into consideration. The pinata is going to be a blast because, you know, we do love the idea, and we may do it for the spectacle in a controlled setting of burning a globe for the footage. Think about that, the power of a footage of a number of us, you know, posing in front of a burning globe, like a class photo, power and imagery, and we may use that. But as far as the actual art show and the public spectacle, we've kind of debated it. We're like, well, at a minimum, we're going to just do a globe pinata because then you get public participation and it's harmless and it's fun. And I'm speaking with a person who custom makes pinatas, and I'm going to get more than one because I think that we need to do this frequently, and like maybe July for every holiday. Who wouldn't want a globe pinata? Look, Spittle Steven, who said that. No leaders on flat Earth. Exactly, there aren't any. It's a leaderless resistance. And hey, you know where we get this from? We had to follow their. We have to play the same game they're playing. You know, I call it a Hydra because there is not one head. Despite many of you who think that if you just kill off one group, it's going to win this thing. Sorry, this thing has many different. It's a leader. It's not that it's leaderless, but that it has many different facets, and you can't just chop off one head. And they will misdirect you into thinking that. There's not a one shot, one kill. And with Flat Earth, we don't have any leaders because how are we going to herd cats? This is like one of the most hotly contested ideas out there, and even associating with it is social suicide. And so the people who study Flat Earth aren't exactly followers. Okay, that's a good one. Put something in the story about spreading his ashes. Like maybe they could put his ashes on a SpaceX rocket. Yeah, get a fake headline generator. I'll post a link to one. I've used one before for I did a pretty convincing one. It was a fake headline generator of an asteroid hitting the ISS, and it looks real. It's called breakyourownnews.com. So I'm posting a link to breakyourownnews.com. And what you need to do, luminaries to attend Stephen Hawking's funeral, Trump to deliver speech. That's gold. I love it. I'm going to have, oh man, I'm going to have a field day with this. Okay, so we're here. Dailyplane.com just posted 3 tweets to retweet. Open those up and retweet them and add your own hashtag or add your own comment. Like in mine, I'm going to post down luminaries to attend Stephen Hawking's funeral, Trump to deliver speech, hashtag Trump. You want to cross-pollinate. You want to reach out to people all around the media who have no idea. So I'm going to also tweet it to Neil deGrasse Tyson and hashtag science. Just hashtag science. Remember, these people are just followers. The people that we're playing this thing on, they're followers. They don't think about these things. And at Bill Nye. And all of you should also tweet it to Bill Nye as well, or anybody else, even Joe Rogan if you want, because the thing is, there you go. You want them to respond, whether they retweet or even ask you a question, because their followers, which number in the millions, will respond to it. Put his ashes in a pinata. Oh. Spread ashes on an asteroid. Yeah, they could probably convince people that it's happening. Or we'll go put we'll put his urn in Jeff Bezos' moon base at the southern pole of the moon. Oh no, let's just spread his ashes over the Sea of Tranquility. Oh, it's so horrible. Yeah, Johnny Depp to shoot Hawking's ashes into space. That's a good one. Like I said, the link here I just gave you, it's called breakyourownnews.com. It generates these breaking headlines. And so, yeah, I like that one. Victorian Hazel says, I'm honestly so tired and I need a nap, but this is too funny. Hey, listen, I'm going off of like 3 hours of sleep here. You know, there's no sleep until flat. No sleep until flat Earth. We'll sleep when it's flat. Sleep when it's flat. No sleep until flat Earth. I have to write these down because I'll be tweeting them later. We need these memes and sound bites. The art show. Especially inside jokes. Inside jokes reveal something. When there are inside jokes, it reveals that we have a viable and vibrant culture forming here. And like I've been repeating like a mantra, politics is downstream from culture. And whether you like it or not, Flat Earth is a political movement. And so what we actually have to do is get this into the mainstream culture surreptitiously so they can't bury it. And I'm talking about Flat Earth in general, but anything. I mean, hey, if you get Stephen Hawking's death into the mainstream, I guarantee you 10%, 20%, or maybe even 30% of the people who look into it are going to trip and fall face down into the flat earth rabbit hole. Julian Dumont says, it's a lot easier to sleep now that I'm not on a spinning ball. Same here. I don't have any stress. Uh-oh. He just released his response video. That's a good voice. Okay, I'm posting a link. Hawking saying, the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. That was actually his voice. I've been looking for a good simulator. Because here's the thing, this is messed up, but it's absolutely true. If you could have him say a bunch of bogus stuff, like make up 10 new planets and talk about aliens over there, and you put it on YouTube and make it look, and I'm telling you, they will fall for it. Globies. You'll send it to a Globie. Be like, hey, look, Stephen Hawking's talking about a new planet, and they'll believe it. They won't even question it. And that's what we're calling out. We're calling out this dogmatic blind belief that people have in these icons and these priests. Yeah, dailyplane.com. I thought you'd like that one. I'm going to post the link again. This is hilarious. Because again, if you just got here, Stephen Hawking is no realer than any of these animatronics you've seen at Chuck E. Cheese. Speaking of which, I think Stephen Hawking actually showed up in the Pizzagate fiasco as a visitor to Jeff Epstein's pedophile island. Have you heard about that? Wake the Sheeple says, if it goes viral, they're really going to have to kill him off to fit the propaganda. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're pushing the issue. If we push this hard, guess what's going to happen? They're going to be like, man, we've got to do something about this because this is no longer even close to believable. We got to kill this thing off. Sonic Forum says, NASA panics at news of Hawking's death. News at 11. For those of you who haven't tried it out yet, and you can even fill in the ticker, it looks just like CNN. In fact, it looks realer than CNN, oddly enough. And you enter your own images. It's called breakyourownnews.com. In fact, I think this is where their CNN might actually get their headlines made. Did he go in the vomit comment? You know, I don't know about that. I saw that. I'm like, that's just sick. If anything, that was a corpse. Like I said, he's an animatronic embalmed corpse. He's a sock puppet for the New World Order. He preaches the religion of misanthropy and nihilism, heliocentrism. He believes in reducing the human population. He believes that we're all going to die. He thinks that we shouldn't breathe because carbon. I mean, give me a break. The guy's a spokesmouth for power. He's not a scientist. He's in the business of scientism. He's just an actor. He's no different than Kermit the Frog. The family owns him. He's a brand name. You can rent him for birthday parties and he'll come tell your kids about the universe. The guy's not a real person. And the fact that he poses as a real person in this manner makes him immune to criticism. So he can say, you human scum are a cancer on Mother Earth. You better reduce your populations or you're all dead in 100 years. He can say that and we can't criticize him. Sorry, that doesn't fly anymore. No more human shields. No more playing the victim in order to preach hatred. And that's what it is. They're preaching hatred. Hatred of man. It's misanthropy. It's disgusting. There is no carbon footprint, by the way. Hey, those of you who just arrived or if you've stepped onto the flat plane and you figured this thing out, you no longer have a carbon footprint. Remember that. Dailyplane.com. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun with this because this is important work. It really is. We've got to tip over the sacred cows and expose them for the frauds that they are. We have to like lay this thing bare. And as soon as we start tearing it down, like at its very foundation, and destroy their credibility, the sooner we can get back on track. Because right now we've got these brainwashing wizards. They're wizards of brainwashing. They're literally like evil scientists, and they're designing prison systems for the human race. I mean, they already have one. They've inherited one. They've been using it, but now they're going high tech, and it's going to go increasingly deeper into deception. They're going to have kids born into literal Truman shows where they're going to think they're on other planets, or they're growing up on an asteroid, and their whole reality is going to be filtered by CGI, and they're not going to know the difference. They're going to get people to love their slavery. Hangnail says, I saved all of his text. I can't believe how deranged people can be when they swallow this spoon-fed media bullshit. They get so emotional over absolute nonsense. Exactly. I Spy NASA Live says, GeoShifter just posted a video about Rip Stephen Hawking. Yes, please post a link so we can all like, share, tweet. Please share a link. Oh, perfect. That's why I'm keeping this Hangout open. Oh, this is great. Rip Stephen Hawking, a sad day for science. And block the comments or filter them. Only let crisis actor comments through. So I'm going to put down here, let's see. He is no longer confined to his chair. He's now flying through the infinite, ever-expanding universe. So accept my comment. But if somebody calls BS on it, Toto Cult, delete your comment. No LOLs. You don't want to... Listen, I'm going to share this, GeoShifter. But before I share it, delete that guy's comment. ODD Reality says, Stephen Hawking, always been a hoax. Great job. This is so... ODD. Hey, those of you who don't know, every time I leave, I post a link to ODD's 24-hour live chat, and we migrate over there. We go back and forth. We have to support each other and keep this conversation going around the clock because the quality is increasing. It's almost like filtration. I'm seeing the trolls just kind of get washed away and filtered out as people get more and more informed, and the videos they're playing on ODD's channel are all must-watch videos if you care about the subject. Yeah, Total Cult, you almost spoiled the whole surprise. You put LOL comments on that video. So until GeoShifter deletes your comment, I'm not going to retweet it. Like, look what Robbie Parker did. Robbie Parker could not contain his duper's delight, and he sunk the whole psyop. Perfect, here we are. So we're not going to let duper's delight mess this one up. Okay, he deleted it. Awesome. Okay, everybody, here's the link to Rip Stephen Hawking, a sad day for science. Repost it. Anyway, I was watching on ODD's channel this morning. There's a video you must watch by a guy named Dennis Nesbitt, who does this awesome breakdown of centric religion that has been redressed up as as science. Like, they've always had a sun-centered religion. It was called something else before, but heliocentrism is still sun god centric. And Nesbitt's documentary really breaks it down, and we need to understand this. Yeah, Hawkins has been dead since the 80s. I'm thinking he donated his body to science and didn't realize he was getting into the show business of scientism. Okay, so the comment section has been cleared. On this video, which I'm posting the link below, please put a thoughtful comment. Let people know how much Stephen Hawking contributed to your life. You know, let's have some tears here. No duper's delight. Contain it. We'll have our laughs later. We'll yuck it up later. But for now, we got to be serious. Mr. Hawking, exactly. I'm going to share this right now on my page, and I'm going to put hashtag RIP Steve PH. Remember, it's not V, Stephen Hawking. And then put hashtag science. Hashtag. I would put. Put it to Bill Nye. Because we just want him to respond in any manner at all. It doesn't even have to be a full-blown retweet to do the damage it's going to do. It just needs to get people to spread it around. Like I said, the people who are going to be believing this aren't exactly known for filtering information, that they just parrot. It's a bunch of parrots. The world of the Globey is an echo chamber. It's a big bubble reality. Yeah, the video is funny. The GeoShifter... I can't even watch it, man. I can't watch the GeoShifter video right now because I will lose my crap because it is ridiculously funny. That is so messed up. Yeah, well, no, there's nothing wrong with laughing in the comment section, Antonita, but we don't want people to realize this thing is so... Yeah, we don't want them to know that we're having a laugh at their expense. This is duper's delight. I can understand Robbie Parker right now. He's like, man, This is so freaking hilarious because you have to remember these scumbags, these crisis actors, they believe in what they're doing. They don't hire NRA members to do psyops to ban guns. They find people who are already anti-gun. So many of these Sandy Hook people had records of protesting against guns. One of the guys, one of the parents, in fact, participated in anti-gun propaganda films. So they find people who are ideologically copacetic with the goal of the psyop. They're like, yeah, let's ban guns. This is hilarious. This is going to work. We're going to save lives. And they feel good about what they're doing, but they do delight in the fact that they're, in fact, duping people. And I have to say that if you've ever played hoaxes like this before, there is some element of hilarity in it. It is like literally, it's it's delightful. Like I'm experiencing duper's delight right now. Anybody else? And I haven't even seen any responses yet. Once I see some credulous dupe falling for it, happen. But hey, thanks a lot. Do I know who Mahalski77 is? I think so. Post a link. I'm pretty sure. Is he the one with the owl avatar? I think that's the one. Yeah, hey, if you have content to share, if you're a content creator, if you have a blog, somebody else's video that you like, post it below. Because what I'm doing with these live chats is I'm getting all these shared videos into a notepad, and I'm going to be actually putting those into the flatearthreport.com so they get more traction. Because these hangouts are being used for all of us to just crowdsource info, to brainstorm, to come up with ideas, and to mutually reinforce each other's work. Because this is a race against time. It's a race. It's a reformation. And right now we're digging through this stuff. We're raiding their secret vaults. You know, we have all been made privy to some of the most closely held, to the most closely held secrets of the elite. You know, we have stolen the fires from Olympus, and we're using that to burn their shit down. And don't think that they're not trying to stop us. Hey, Papa Flat Stack. IPS, love your energy. In a few weeks, getting ready to troll Starbucks. Hey, yes, any of you, if you want to go get Starbucks coffee, there's free coffee for flat earthers. Go to a Starbucks, order a drink that requires preparation, and tell them that your name is either Flat Earth or is Earth flat or Earth is flat, something along these lines. Do whatever you want. Record it and put it on YouTube, and it'll go into my playlist. And if you want to do this, send me an email at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and I'll send you a gift card. Easy to do through Starbucks. You buy a $5 gift card, and you email it to somebody, and then they just print it out or scan their phone. Will I post a small advertisement for a Colorado meetup? Yes, absolutely. Wakey just did a really good video on this, that the next stage of Flat Earth is people meeting up face to face. Yeah, Julio, you're right. Fortunately, Robbie Parker was not a good performer, or we'd all be in deep shit. I agree 100%. Because, and I think it has to do with the ineptitude of government. You know, if you're a Tom Cruise, you're going to make more money in the private sector. You're not going to work for the government. So these crisis actors are failed actors who couldn't make it in the private sector, so they got government jobs. And so that's why they're so shoddy. That's why we can see through their garbage. And we're lucky, because if they had outsourced their psyops to Hollywood, we would all be enthralled in the beast matrix. We'd be falling for everything left and right. I just saw Hawking's wheelchair for sale on eBay. Really? Lickety Split says, I triggered Eric Dubay by talking about me. I read your comments, Lickety Split. I'm right here, and I want to address them, and I want to politely and respectfully actually talk to him. Here's what I want to talk to Eric Dubay about. I want to talk about the Jewish thing, like literally, for like an hour, because he knows a lot about the subject, and I'm willing to grant him more than I do. And I don't want to be a hypocrite here. I don't want to be someone who's gatekeeping an issue because it's not PC. You know, I talk to John Humanity about trannies in space. Like, I'll cover anything. It doesn't matter. So if you know Eric Dubay, I mean, I don't think he calls me names or shill, whatever. I don't care. Mudflinging is part of the package here. It's just how we roll. It's part of being a content creator. But honestly, if his big thing is, and I read your comment where he said I'm shilling for Jews, if that's his take on my message here, hear his point of view. And I think it would be a good conversation to have. But I think it's sooner the better, because this talking about each other over time, it just burns bridges. And so I'm not going to say anything disparaging about him or his work from this point on, because his work is impeccable and he's done more than pretty much anybody with regards to getting the stuff out. I mean, he works hard. You can't deny that. He's been translating books into other languages and all that. So yeah, I do think, because that seems to be the problem he has. And I'm not shilling for anybody, but I want to know more about why people see things the way they do. Papa Flatstack says, my question is, how can the flat earth movement achieve a revolution of intellect without using previous models of revolt that were controlled opposition throughout all time? Well, I think this is the first time that we are real time calling out the controlled opposition. I think people usually find out after the fact, but no, I think we're a little more savvy. Like right now, the average person has a better understanding of film technology and photography and special effects than anybody did when they Apollo 11. Lickety split. Oh, you just got the attention from the newspaper. Oh, okay. Well, hey, you did a good job. You know what? I believe that there's always a role, a very important role played by the troll or the agitator or the provocateur who can get people to elucidate the truth and trigger the right responses in people. We need to know what, I don't think it does us any good to be vague about things. And I really don't know. I don't know enough to criticize it. Like I need to ask some pictures. For example, yeah, across the fruited plain says solid point and dismissing it as futile. That's what I mean. But I'm also curious about other supposed atrocities committed by the Nazis, not talking about the Holocaust. Like, what about these pictures I've seen of these castrated gypsy boys, eugenics things? But then when you dig into that, how much of that started here in America? Like, I agree that we can't trust the news, we can't trust the media, and we shouldn't prop up a devil for us to hate, because usually it's something they're concealing. Like, you notice that the globalists are really afraid of nationalism. They cry. You know how many people cried for Brexit? Thing. See, after Brexit, the babies who lost started wearing safety pins on their shirts, and they were wearing safety pins as solidarity. Oh, like, look at us. We're all victims of Brexit, and let's just gather together in solidarity. Such garbage. I have this hashtag Globe Exit, and that's the name of the art show, by the way. If you didn't know, the art show's title is Globe Exit, the first international flat Earth art show. Here we go. Eugenics started in California. That's right. That's right. Well, if you didn't notice, the other day I had a very well-known troll on my channel, and everybody said don't talk to him, don't give him attention. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. If all the troll has is shutting down your chat rooms and calling you names, that's all they're going to do. But if you let them on your show and you actually talk to them and you bring it to the level of like adult to adult level discourse, they won't behave like a child. It's all about ego states, and a troll is in a child ego state rebelling against authority. And so you change the dynamic, and then you find out what are the limits of this person's mind, and how blinkered are their thinking. Are their thoughts? Is their thinking blinkered? Like, so for example, with this particular troll who totally rejects flat Earth, I'm like, well, what do you think about Sandy Hook? It was probably fake. Like, what about the Boston Hoaxathon? Well, that was fake. So then I realized, okay, he's not totally mind controlled, but he's only about 20% down the rabbit hole. And there's a leap. It takes a big step to go from these disparate events are fake to recognizing that not only are they fake, but they're all connected and they all serve the same power elite. Every one of these psyops pushes a myth, pushes an agenda, and enlarges the power of the state. Shifter, the comments. Yeah, definitely. Allow comments that show people mourning for the guy. Oh, Dante, yeah, please post a link. If you're someone who's got links to post and whatever, just ask me and you will be given a wrench. Count von Roscoe, did he actually die? Hashtag Hawking exit. Yeah, he must have died like 15 or 20 years ago. That guy hasn't been alive for a long time. And he's less convincing than the animatronics at your local Chuck E. Cheese. Like, the whole thing's fake, and we're just calling it out because he's being used as a spokesmouth for power, as a sock puppet for the New World Order. He's teaching misanthropy and nihilism. He's teaching exterminationism, the idea that we're overpopulated and that the universe is hostile. He even said, if there are aliens, we ought to shut off our lights. they're going to take us out. I mean, what kind of sickness is that? Ace McLeod, interesting. Listen to this. You did the right thing with the troll. That's why I don't get trolled. I did a hangout with him for 2 years and let him say his piece. Yeah, exactly. Oh, ODD Reality says GeoShifter. May I use that a video to a video or of? Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you were using that one. Yeah, there are some GeoShifter videos that you should put into the ODD Reality stream, and please post a link. Those of you who haven't gone to it, we have a 24-hour, 7-day a week stream where you can just go chat and talk about videos. And on there, he's got a lot of stuff that we all should watch. It's totally like, I would say must watch material if you're researching this subject. And the chat's very productive. I mean, I admit I try not to troll in other people's chat rooms. I try not to get out of hand, but the more you engage with people, the calmer it gets, and the ideas are really good. In fact, I was in that chat room speaking with I think it's the flatplane.com actually, and we talked about Stephen Hawking, and he said, "Hey, say something about Stephen Hawking being an animatronic doomsayer." And I'm like, "Hey man, let's just declare him dead. Rip Stephen Hawking." Here we go. Haycon says ALS life expectancy. Over 50% of people with ALS live more than 3%. 20% live 5 years or more. 10% live 10 years or more. 5% will live more than 20 years. Well, it's very conspicuous. And I'm wondering if they painted themselves into a corner. What's up, Christopher Tedesco? Oh, you're not. He says, "What up, flatties?" So you're not one of us. Interesting. Well, it's a sad day. One of your idols, one of your clergy, your priests, I guess you would call them, Stephen Hawking, is no longer with us. So you might want to share that hashtag, Rip Stephen Hawking. And when I end this, we're going over to the ODD live stream. I think we're pretty much done here. I wanted to do 1 hour. I may have to delete this because, like I said, we don't want to have people call it out too fast. IPS, have a picture of Stephen Hawking with a quote, "This is your brain on science." I like that. Level Terrestrial Plain Science says that Stephen Hawking's the Darth Vader of science. He's actually Captain Pike. There's two characters, Captain Pike from Star Trek, and then there's a character from Doctor Who that they modeled him off of. He will be missed. All right. Anything else? Does anybody else have any headlines you want me to share? I posted a link here to, it's called breakyourownnews.com. Make a headline, put a picture of Hawking in there, and tweet it, and we'll retweet it. He's literally a green screen on wheels. Yeah, it's a ventriloquist. Excellent Facebook. Extraordinary flat earthers. Excellent. I will go ahead and take a look at that. I'm also doing, for the newspaper thing, this Flat Earth Report, we have people who will be doing reviews of related to Flat Earth, as well as YouTube channels. Yeah, Linda McFadden, Captain Pike. Like I said, entertainment is used to soften you up for the propaganda later. And so you were raised on Captain Pike. You were raised on, or maybe Doctor Who, that other character. I don't remember his name. But they gave you the archetype of this wheelchair-bound brain on wheels that only speaks the truth, that talks through a computer. And then they introduce this when you're older. Okay, share their GeoShifter video again. Kyle's posting the link. Cindy Housen says, "Has anybody seen... I seem to have lost it. Not over here. Oh, maybe it's under here? Nope. If anybody's seen Cindy Housen's Gravity, just let her know. Good luck with that. Marilyn Wisby, when did he pass? I don't listen to TV or buy newspapers. We suspect he died sometime in the 90s, if not the 80s. He's been gone for a long time. He suffocated on spider webs. Was Stephen Hawking murdered? That's a good headline. Was Stephen Hawking murdered? Some gold digger, some like 20-year-old Playboy bunny or something. Put a pillow over his face. I don't know. That's sick. Sorry. Daniel Lewis, is he really dead? By all accounts, the guy's been dead for a long time. And they've propped him up as this human shield. You can't criticize him when he says that you should put your kids to death. I mean, that's what he's essentially saying. Dante Jones, Subtle Infinity just came out with a Westworld video. Hell yes. I've been wanting to talk about Westworld for a long time. I've only watched the first 5 episodes. It covers a lot of the same ground as Blade Runner with the replicants and the idea of where does consciousness begin and where does, where does being an ensouled being end? Like, can you live outside of your body? And also, can a body created in a laboratory consciousness? And it's kind of fascinating what the questions it raises. And then it also kind of gives you a subtext about slavery, about how you treat people that have no rights, like they're expendable. It's fascinating. Westworld, if you haven't seen it. And then it even has a pretty interesting, what looks to be a sort of a flat earth model where all these gods, they're basically gods, the people who create the alternative reality. It's like extreme virtual reality, but they're on this like flat earth map looking down. And it reminds me of Clash of the Titans when the gods surround the arena where they put the immortals and play around with them. It's fascinating. He passed. Oh, look at this. Brad Cullen. He passed at 11:33 p.m. It's all a mockery. You know what? If you could put like orange font in the headline and put his death at 11:33 and send a link to Russian vids, he might run with it. He might auto hoax it. He'll be like, "It's all a mockery, folks. He died at 11:33 and the headline is orange." Stephen Hawking died trying to expose flat Earth. Yeah, Stephen Hawking was trying to expose flat Earth. He's known all along, and they were suppressing him so he wouldn't talk. And he finally got back his voice, and he was going to say something. He got his autonomy, and they put him down. No, I'm under the opinion that they donated his family to science. Like, his family's like, hey, listen, this is no different than owning a copyrighted character like Kermit the Frog or Miss Piggy. He's a Muppet, and we're going to license him out, and they're going to pay us this much, and we're just going to play along with it. And he would have wanted this for us. So that's what they did. They sold him to be used as a puppet and a spokesmouth. So he's really no different than Joe Rogan or Bill Nye. The difference is, he's just, well, he's not really live anymore, but he's serving the same role. These are all just gatekeepers. Oh, this is a good one. Breaking news headline: Stephen Hawking still alive, hoax lingering. Adrian Ellis, we know about the fraud. What are we doing about it? We're exposing it. What do you think we're doing? What's up, Cosmic Surfer? Yeah, we're exposing the fact that Stephen Hawking is an animatronic doomsayer and a sock puppet for the New World Order, and he is no more alive. In fact, he's less so than those animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese on the stage. Give me a break. It's all mockery. Oh, this is messed up. Persian scribe. Autoerotic asphyxia blamed for the untimely death of physics giant. Friends warned physicists that his addiction to escorts and S&M was destructive and he needed therapy. No, seriously, with the whole Pizzagate leaks, Stephen Hawking was found to have ridden on the Lolita Express to Pedophile Island. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know. I really don't want to think about it. Let's move on. I spy NASA lies. Candy says, Ace, IPS told him to disable because yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just so you know, we have a really good video by GeoShifter. In fact, it brought me to tears. And it says, RIP, Stephen Hawking, a sad day for science. And right now it's at 53 thumbs up, 438 thumbs down. 138 views. I'm so glad I read that wrong. 53 thumbs up, 7 down, and 438 views. And this was launched about an hour ago, so that's a good, getting some traction there. I'm gonna go ahead and reshare it with a different hashtag. Hashtag Stephen Hawking, hashtag Science Rocks, hashtag put down Jimmy Kimmel Live, and then one other one I'll put atheism. Atheism's always lively, and atheists love their doomsayers. You notice that? If you didn't notice, atheism is essentially a doomsday cult. They believe in global warming. If you're not an atheist, you're part of a doomsday cult. ODD Reality says, me and IPS are proof that domers and infinite planers are okay to be okay. It's true. As I've said, Ronald Reagan put it best. My 80% friend is not my 20% enemy. Like, why would you focus on the minor differences? And to me, it's more like one of us is right. And it doesn't matter because the other guys are wrong. The deceivers are wrong. And that's what we're united on. We don't know what it is. But I think it's important to understand everybody else's points of view. To me, I'm just thinking it's infinite until proven otherwise. But if there's a dome, I'm not gonna be too mad about it. We're gonna beat 4chan on the hoax thing, says Linda McFadden. Hey, I think that YouTube live streams are the new 4chan. I think that there's more potential to organize things from here, to cause to force meme. That's what we're doing. We're force meming. We're pushing this Stephen Hawking meme out there. But GeoShifter was quick on the draw. That was fantastic. Didn't take him, but video's touching. It's basically, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to link it below. Rip, a sad day for science. It has a candle. Can't even watch this right now. That computer voice kills me every time. I Spy NASA Live says, look at me and IPS are friends and I'm a Christian. And he thinks I'm a psychopath. I don't think you're a psychopath. Honestly, my attitude is this. Hate the globe, not the globee. Hate the religious organization, not the believer. And so it's never personal. Oh, this is good. Yeah, hey, in true PSYOP fashion, let's have a GoFundMe page for Stephen Hawking so we can fund his ashes being sent up to the Sea of Tranquility on the moon on a SpaceX rocket. Who wants to set that one up? And that's too funny. Hey, Hangnail, you should post a link. Daniel Pratt made a video about The Wizard of Oz, and honestly, it's one of the best, one of his best videos ever. If you've ever watched Daniel Pratt, he gets in his garage and he speaks like a monologue, a couple of minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, but he drives a point home. It's a good format, and his latest ones have been gold, especially when he brought up, yeah, he's deep rabbit hole. Daniel Pratt's got some solid work, but yeah, post that link. Oh, this some of these comments are just killing me, man. I'm sorry, but you're right. Adam Bosak, this agenda gets deep into the video games. In fact, Sir Drobot or Mr. Drobot has a review of a certain video game, all kinds of subtext pertaining to this NWO agenda in all its aspects, the deep rabbit hole stuff. He's doing a review. It's going to be published on the Flat Report and on the printed version. So yeah, we're digging into that because I don't play video games, but I'm finding a lot of people telling me, hey man, you can talk about flat earth movies all day, but it's way more twisted, the stuff they're putting in video games, the propaganda, the predictive programming. Because that's where the kids aren't being filtered by their parents. They're entering a subjective universe and nobody knows what's getting into their heads. The most popular games, the ones that get all the big funding, are space games. And by the way, last night we had a conversation, a live chat, and we decided we need to find filmmakers. If you're a filmmaker, if you do special effects, we need to get in touch because we're all willing to contribute. A number of us are to the production of a flat Earth version of the ISS where we fake a rocket launch. We make it look realer than SpaceX. We ISS and we make it realer, and then we have live streams, because I believe that a fake ISS created by ISSers by flat earthers as a spoof, like a spoof ISS, would get more views than the real thing, day in and day out. Okay, interdimensional squiggly wiggly, you have been blocked. With the wrenches, like I say, show no mercy. If they're trying to distract the conversation, don't even ask and don't feel bad. Just hit them with a wrench, whack them all, and I'll sort them out later. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Seriously, though, the troll outbreaks are not nearly as bad as they used to be. So all of you who have the wrenches and you wield them with impunity, thank you for that. Flat Earth and other hot potatoes, thanks for dropping by. Let me go ahead and post a link. GeoShifter video explaining what happened. You might want to tweet it. There you go. The animatronic Doomsayer New World Order sock puppet is no longer with us. Huge shock, because he hasn't been with us for about 15 years. He donated his body to science, or rather to the showbiz of scientism, and his family has been complicit in the hoax, in the psyop, and so we're just calling him out. It's like, go ahead, bury the thing already. You're gonna cart that corpse around. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Saint Bernadette. Saint Bernadette was like just one of many such saints where they die young as a virgin, and they're apparently they're exhumed later, and they say it's a miracle. This virgin who died has not corrupted. And so they would have these fake dead bodies around. Hold on a second. I got a crybaby here. Why did I ban you? You probably said something that broke one of the 3 rules. 1, no Bible thumping. 2, no globe thumping. And 3, no Mein Kampf thumping. If you thumped one of those three, you know, you're out, no question. But anyway, the church has a long history of parading around corpses, and they call them incorruptible, like their spirit has conquered their flesh and they don't rot. And in order to like make this delusion, they would have people pose, like you take a girl, like a real living girl, and have her pose as a corpse. And all the people would go and worship the corpse for a minute and go on and say, yes, she looked alive. I saw her hands. But the whole thing's a hoax, and they've done this for a long time. And Stephen Hawking is just another one of these state, I mean, I don't know what you'd call it. It's just sickening. It's part of an old blueprint. You know, they like to have miracles. He's a miracle. He's a modern miracle. That's what he is. That's what he conveys. He's a relic. You're right. You got it, Antonio. He's a relic. You see, I've been doing parallels, and I went over these briefly last night. But when they created a New World Order religion for us hundreds of years ago, modeled it off of the one that they always use. They just replaced the obelisk with the rocket. They replaced angels with satellites. They replaced original sin with global warming. They replaced possession with viruses and medical hoaxes. They replaced Noah and his flood warnings with the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration, another Noah. Both of them, by the way, have a dove as a logo. But they take all the elements and aspects and components of their old mind control system and they update it. And so Stephen Hawking's just a relic. He's a miracle. It's a hoax, and it's all part of the mind control. That's why they preface these psyops with representations of it in the media with predictive programming, which sets the narrative framework. So before Hawking's was wheeled out into the public, the people had already met Captain Pike in Star Trek, and then one of these characters from Doctor Who, the villain. They've already met the archetype, the brain plugged into a machine on a wheelchair, who's like super smart and talks through a computer voice. They've had this out for a long time. They transfer their archetypes. Like I said, they transferred the persona of Captain Spock, the logical Captain Spock, who you can trust for everything because he's impartial. They passed that on, and it's not coincidentally that they look alike, to Bill Nye. They groomed Bill Nye to look like Leonard Nimoy as Spock. And it's because it gives credibility to people who don't think. They just accept what they're told. And that's one of the reasons why we're calling out Stephen Hawking is dead. Because the people who believe that Stephen Hawking's alive are going to have no trouble thinking he's dead, and they're going to retweet it. I mean, the guy's like 100 years old. Come on. They rule we obey says we just found out Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman. I've seen that. I'm gonna have to examine the teeth and the timelines. Flat Earth Subgenius says I've been calling for Hawking to die before, during, or after his first space flight. Yeah, well, it's got to go. And if you haven't gone there yet, here's a link to GeoShifter's memorial. It's very touching. If you don't want to break down and cry, I suggest you turn the sound off and just retweet it. We'll deal with it later. Of course, I mean by you'll cry with laughter. It's absolutely hilarious. I lost my crap. You hear that voice? That voice is just so dumb. Oh my God, so unbelievable. And these idiots believe it. So let's let it get out of hand. Let me see how the tweet's doing. And so here's the I'm posting a link right now to Stephen Hawking tweet. If you have a Twitter account, just tweet it. And don't even bother saying anything. You don't have to sell anybody on it. Just tweet the image. A picture's worth 1,000 years, 1,000 words, I mean. In a Hawking picture, what do you see? You see him with the globe in front of him, and it looks authentic. It's been retweeted 12 times so far. Well, that's reaching, but it's getting out there. Billy Bob, yep, exactly. We're supposed to believe he's like the smartest thing ever. He's just a super brain on life support. And I don't think they're ever planning to kill him. I think maybe they're going to use him to try to convince the public that you can have your consciousness uploaded into a computer. And then who knows? Maybe Elon Musk would get in front of it and he'd be like, "Hey, you want to have your brain uploaded to a computer? It's really easy." And it's like the next stage of euthanasia, where you get yourself uploaded to a computer and then they exterminate your body. And of course, the big trick is on you because Elon Musk has no such technology. He just basically convinces people to pay millions of dollars to be euthanized and sold into a lie. That's how sick these people are. And that's what I think they want to do. I've read a lot of their stuff and a lot of their transhumanist garbage, and I know where it's headed. Infinite Plane and Beyond says, real Hawking was replaced back in the 80s. Agreed. He's probably been dead for 33 years. A skunk, it'd be funny if it made the news. Exactly. Hey, by the way, tweet this thing to your news. Hit at CBS, at CNN. I've been hashtagging Trump, hashtag science. And I think we should open a GoFundMe account and let's see if we can send his ashes to the Sea of Tranquility. Anybody down for that? Yeah, they're going to have to replace him with Dr. Zach. Interesting. He's a head in Futurama. Dude, he's an actor. Here's what I'm thinking. The family sold him into show business. He's basically like Kermit the Frog. He's like a brand, and you have to license his use. You can rent him out for birthday parties, but they just realize, okay, he's a cash cow. Do what you want. And they probably don't disagree with what he says. Maybe they think, oh, this is what he would want to have said. This is what he would have said if he were alive today. Like, I'm sure they justify it. I'm not convinced that he would have been a misanthropic, ideologue preaching population. Oh, The Story of Your Enslavement by Stefan Molyneux. I'll rewatch that later. It's one of my favorites. The guy's a gatekeeper. He's a purple pillar. Arriving, we have a new category: purple pillars. Okay, so if you've taken the red pill, you're on the flat plane. If you're a blue pillar, you're brainwashed and you think that Stephen Colbert is funny. A purple pillar is someone who is awake halfway, but they can't let go of the mainstream media narratives. So you're awake, you question everything, but you buy into every single psyop. Well, then you're purple. You're mixing it. You got one step in the matrix, one step in the real world. And Stefan Molyneux, great thinker, sharp mind, great exponent for certain values that I agree with: voluntarism, non-aggression principle. He's an objectivist, but he falls for every psyop, and he's got a huge audience. So that makes him by proxy a servant of the beast, an unwitting enabler of this deception. He's a Agent Smith, and he doesn't even know it. And so, yeah, he has the purple pill. We got to reach out to these purple pillars and just pull them all the way in, or push them all the way back out. Like, hey, you're either in or just go watch CNN, because you're not helping us by leading the people seeking the truth astray 90% of the way and then selling them on very destructive narratives. We don't need people fearing Muslims and that Muslims are going to come out and kill us all. That's all hype, but they need you to believe it. Keanu Kala says, Molyneux is a cunt. Sorry. Oh, no need to apologize. I agree with that sentiment. He absolutely is. Across the fruited plain says that Brian Cox is a woman. I didn't know Brian Cox. I know who you're talking about. Brian Cox is one of these priests of scientism. He's been thoroughly discredited. The guy won't even talk about flat Earth. He's one of those persons who says that we can't even consider it because it's not acceptable. And it's like, wait a minute. Science is never advanced by consensus. It's always one person or 1% of them who come up with something that challenges the dominant paradigm. And to exclude and marginalize people who don't fit the consensus is the opposite of science. That means that your view is unfalsifiable, which makes it a dogma, which makes it religion. That's why I call him a priest of scientism. Asking, is Stephen Hawking dead? We think he's been dead for about 33 years or so, if not longer. Yeah, we're going to use the term purple pillar here. Let's insert this into the record. Alchemical cosmology says it's dark, but I think Hawking wanted to tell the truth about the cosmos, and a dark element of the institutions chemically crippled him, and they carted him around as a warning. See, I thought of that. Now that's a dark version of it, but I've thought about that. Like, look what happens if you try to expose it. We will turn you into a mouthpiece, and you will live for 60 years in this state of absolute agony and torture. Like, I thought that could be the case, but I'm leaning more towards a bunch of sellouts who just basically sold him into the New World Order puppet show. But that is, I wouldn't put it past him because they are that sick, and it would be an effective warning. Like, that to me would set me straight. You know, if someone threatened me with that, I'd be like, no, it's a globe. It's a globe. I was just kidding. LOL, JK, please. Don't turn me into a vegetable. Mr. Matty Moses says it's a joke. Well, technically, it's not a joke by us. The joke is on us, and it's been on us for a long time, and we're just calling it out. Nathan Oakley says he's been dead for 33 years. Very suspect. IPS, wrench me so I can post a link. Silverwolf. Okay. If I recognize you, you will get a wrench. We're not taking crap from any trolls. This is this region, this area, this chat is not safe for trolls. This is a NSFT workplace. Do not come over here if you're a troll. Our policy is officially trolls to the oven, show no mercy. Wrench them all, let God sort them out. The Highwayman says this is in the very poorest of taste, IPS. Exactly. It's sickening because what they've done is they brought this guy out, this animatronic doomsayer, no more live than your average Chuck E. Cheese puppet, right? There's nobody there. You have to get that through your head first. He's not real, but listen to what he's been saying. He pushes the line that we're overpopulating. He pushes global warming, which is an anti-human idea, the idea of carbon footprints, and that if we don't curtail our populations, we're all going to die and we have to leave the world. And then he says, even if we leave, the aliens will kill us. The guy's a doomsayer. So you're right. That's in poor taste. And so what's in good taste is us calling out this thing, calling out the deception. So yeah, I agree with you. Kiana Kalla says alpha male mullet. Oh yes, Lord Stephen Christ mullet. Yeah, the mullet is the alpha male haircut. You'll never see a beta with a mullet. You just won't. Troll killers on deck, exactly. Report to Nathan Oakley. And never second guess. We don't do 3 strikes. You know, 1 strike and you're out. I'll sort them out later. What I've been doing is I'm taking all the names that end up in my banned folder, and I'm sorting them by Bible thumpers, globe thumpers, and Mein Kampf thumpers, and then AI or potential AI bots, and then paid agents. So they're different categories. I'm just doing it for fun. I'm just kind of curious to see how this thing breaks down. We're going to reach a point where they can't troll us all. They can't corral us all. They won't be able to use peer pressure. And I think the numbers are getting there. Like, it's leaning in our favor. Oh, this is great. Jason Lucas. Corpse of Stephen Hawking to speak at own funeral. For those of you who haven't tried it out yet, go to breakyourownnews.com line and we'll tweet it. Henry Kohler says, can I get a wrench? I'm as real as it gets. Well, you don't get a wrench to beat people up. You get a wrench to promote content. So if you have a page and you have like links or videos you want to share, please. But if you just want to wrench for the chance to hit a troll, that's dangerous because I've had people wrench a lot of my friends. Yeah, Stephen Hawking's going to be the first transhumanist being, I think. Maybe they're going to say, because they already have him. Look, they got Stephen Hawking as a hologram speaking at different nerd conventions. So they're going to say, hey, we actually uploaded his brain. He's still here. Download Stephen Hawking into your watch. That's really him. Stephen Hawking. Four Eyes to See. Yeah, ODD's live stream. Post a link to it. It's a phenomenon. We have this 24/7 live stream, great content, lively chat, somewhere to go when nothing else, when no other live chats are going. Look, the Pro Globe live chats get like 3 people tops. They can't get more than 3 viewers at a time. If they get more than that, chances are it's sock puppet accounts. It's so dull. Nobody cares about the ball anymore. Across the Polluted Plain says, the tide is turning. 2 people have approached me about Flat Earth this month. Yeah, I said it says, mod me now. It's time for the realness. I explained my policy on that. Oh, here we go. Professor Stephen Hawking has predicted that it could be possible to preserve a mind as powerful as his on a computer. Exactly. Yep. Yep. They're building us up for that. That's what they're doing. They're about uploading his consciousness. Thank you, Mr. Matty Moses. He's going to be a patron saint. They're deifying him. The apotheosis of Stephen Hawking. You see what they're doing? This is sick. It's a good thing that we see it, though. We can call it out and co-opt it. That's why we have to tear down their idols. We have to mock their sacred cows. Stephen Hawking is the real-life inspiration for Professor X. Damn, good one. You see, you have Captain Pike, you have the guy from Doctor Who, and now you have Professor X, this archetype of the wheelchair-bound brain, the brain on wheels, the guy who knows all. The archetype was created before the character. That is sick. Thank you, Nathan Oakley, for sharing that. By the way, my new thing here on this channel is any videos you share, and I'm putting them into a folder, and I'll be reviewing them and plugging them on the flatearthreport.com. If you haven't checked it out, the flatearthreport.com, there's a link, the news aggregator, and a lot of the content's going to come from people who have YouTube channels and other flat earthers who write, who do photography, who do reviews of channels. And once a week, it's going to be available as a print-on-demand publication. So yes, Xavier, Stephen Hawking. And you see how they connect those people, like all the comic book geeks, all the NASA fanboys? They totally fall for it. And you're right with the Al Gore Superman thing. We've definitely unmasked something here. Not, I mean, this whole flat earth thing has been about unmasking this deception, but like every day, more layers get peeled away. I've been using this analogy lately where I've been like, if you, and you all can relate to this. If you've been someone who's searching for the truth, it's like you're carrying around puzzle pieces. You got a handful, then you got 2 handfuls. And now you got your arms, you're just like holding a whole bunch of puzzle pieces, but that's all it is, a bunch of puzzle pieces. Then you come upon flat earth, which is like walking up to a table and you put the pieces down on the table and it's a flat table, linking them together and building the puzzle. So I see flat earth as the context in which all the other deceptions make sense and it puts them all together. And that's why it's so dangerous. It comes down to it. This is why it's disruptive. And anybody who says that flat earth is a distraction is still caught up in the maze. They're missing the forest for the trees. Flat earth is the forest. Ryan Smith says, I must have been an alpha when I was 6. I had a mean mullet. Once? Well, actually, it wasn't a mullet. I had more of a ducktail. So I've been there. But when you're a kid, you don't have any choice. You don't have like your own hairdresser. Mr. Drobot, you like the analogy, the puzzle? Yeah, I've been using that one more so than the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole has another function when you're triaging how ignorant somebody is and how awake they are. I should be more respectful. To triage how awake somebody is, use the rabbit hole, how deep they are. But as far as the big picture, yeah, the puzzle and the table, it helps me explain it. Yeah, Jen, you have friends telling you it's a distraction. That's what I got. Leanna Whale says this is boring. Well, I'm pretty sure that if you tune into CNN, you can watch Anderson Pooper Scooper and let him F your brain. You're a chick, but I'm sure he'll still F your brain. Let me go ahead and just block you. Bye-bye. This is not a chat for people who are being naysayers. And the rabbit hole is overused. You're right about that. You want to chat on the subject? Yes. Okay, we'll do a live chat. Or you should actually, you know what? Hey, Nathan, would you mind doing this? I'm going to be doing the first episode of the Flat Earth Report, and I'm going to take a couple of callers for the third hour. But since I've already been on for 2 hours here, well, we'll see. But anyway, you should call in. You should absolutely call in. Flat enough. I'm sorry. This is a dictatorship. It really is. Freedom of speech only means that the government can't shut you up. It doesn't mean that other people can't. Christopher Reeve cast as a Hawking replacement. Interesting. Oh, excellent, Mr. Drobot. You've been approved at Steemit. Have any of you checked out Steemit.com? Those of you who are contributing content to the Flat Earth Report, I'm recommending Steemit, which is, it comes from the word esteem. Esteem your posts in the form of cryptocurrency. So I'm going to post a link here so you can see what I mean. So right now, my Flat Earth debate tactics has $1.80 accrued for that particular post. Archer Sage, I'll check out your latest video. Anything else? IPS, will Flat Earth go mainstream, or will they eliminate 95% of the population first? Whatever's cheaper is what I think. I think they make their decisions on that basis. Like, is it cheaper to keep the NASA charade going, or to let them have a flat dome? Is it cheaper to, put 150,000 people in a gulag, or should we let them influence the thing? I mean, who knows where it's going to go? It's not set in stone. I think we're dealing with chess players who have multiple contingency plans. You make this move, they do this move. They have their counter moves already figured. And so what we are doing here, by staying ahead of their narratives and calling out their BS real time, is we're playing chess now. We're actually playing. We're playing on the same level as them. We're engaged. So you grew up with them waging a psychological warfare campaign against you. And then one day you woke up and you realized, wow, they are at war with my mind. Now I can fight back. But until you know they're at war with you, you don't fight back. And that's why they don't want people waking up. That's why they have so many gatekeepers. That's why they want you in a state of hypnosis. That's why they want to nullify you with Netflix. Netflix, bread and circuses, Netflix and EBT, whatever it takes to pacify people and to stop them from questioning the narratives, to get them to believe in Bill Nye. Platonic Form says, mullets are so concave. I agree with that. I believe it too. Like I've been thinking flat plane is big enough for all of us. And if you're a concaver, that's okay. Because if you find out that the thing is a flat plane, infinite or not, you can still dig yourself a sizable bunker. You can still have your little concave little situation going. And I imagine that would be part of the dress code. I think the mullet's got a lot of easy maintenance, and it definitely is. It conveys alpha. Nobody ever attacks a mullet. People back down. It's like a mane. Prince Jimmy says, IPS, I thought I would start streaming some of the games. Would it be cool if I link my channel? Absolutely, please. We want to look more into the narratives too. And so Dr. Drobot did a review on one, because there are narratives that they're implanting in the minds of the youth through the video games, and it goes way deeper than what they get on TV. Dante Jones says, talk about Jones, ISA taking Flat Earth to court, please. It sounds so good. Okay. Like and retweet the post by thedailyplane.com. And if you haven't checked it out, thedailyplane.com is another online newspaper. What we have is the Flat Earth Associated Press. So far, it's the Daily Plane and it's the flatreport.com. And if you have any channels, if you have any content that you want reviewed or anything published, let me know. There's a publishing or submission form on the website. Hey, how you doing, kittens of the flat still earth? Nice to see you here. If you just arrived, we're letting people know that Stephen Hawking is dead. Hawking. And yes, my Steemit is online. I just posted a link, I thought. Let me see. No, there's no mullets on flat earth. The mullets are concave things. Concave haircut. Well, anyway, I have a link there. Oh, Jamie Dalton says, whoa, I just fell into this. You guys are flat earthers? Yeah, man, I'm sorry, you're outnumbered. There's 284 flat earthers in this chat room. You're the one Globie. No. You know, the tide is turning, and well, you'll see. But I would recommend that you research flat earth and don't be the last person on your block to find out. You don't want to be that guy. Yeah, rip Stephen Hawking. Flat enough. You're saying that that website is glitchy. I've heard that, but I haven't experienced anything negative with it. And so let me go ahead and post a link. Here's a link to the for Stephen Hawking. If you're new here, please share this. Share this video. Yeah, there's a globaling here. Don't alienate them. Don't marginalize them. Just treat them as an equal. I mean, it's not their fault. We're all on a level here. So if you're here and you're a globie, the Earth is a flat plane, which may or may not be infinite, but it's certainly not a ball. There is no outer space. Heliocentrism is nothing more than Roman polytheism. It's a massive cult. We've all been brainwashed. It's been going on for hundreds of years since the Counter-Reformation, and we are undoing the spell. And right now you walked into the middle of a conversation about a New World Order sock puppet they call Stephen Hawking, who died years and years ago. 33 some years ago, he's been dead. And they parade him around in order to convince the public of certain things. They brainwash the public with certain things like overpopulation, global warming, hostile aliens, the inevitability of the extermination of all life on Earth with an asteroid or the sun burning out. He's a doomsayer. And they've been propping him up there because you can't question him because of his condition. And so we're just calling out that Stephen Hawking died 30 years ago, and it's about time we call off this charade. And the Earth is flat. Kyle McDonald says, full rabbit hole flat pilling, nothing less. Exactly, the flat pill. Some of these red pillars are actually purple pillars. GeoShifter, 730 views in 1 hour. I like that. Francois says, IPS, I think Hawking's handlers thought it would be prudent to get rid of the shell of a man, being as though he is the longest survivor of ALS in yeah, exactly, by more than 50 years. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a headline for the fake news generator. Stephen Hawking dead in a tragic skiing accident. Like that scene from, what was it? Where O.J. Simpson and Leslie Nielsen, O.J. Simpson is in a wheelchair. They forget, and he goes down the staircase at the baseball stadium. I think it was one of the Spy Hards or something. Yes, Jose Fresco. He's an animatronic puppet. He's no more real of a person than Kermit the Frog. He's just a brand name. Marilyn Wisby. Yes, Steemit is just a blog. That's all it is. It's just a place. It's just a social media blog, and the reason I like it is that your posts do accrue Bitcoin. You do get cryptocurrency. You get paid for your posts, and if something goes viral, you know, I've seen some people's posts pull in $15,000. It's crazy. I mean, it's not going to happen every time, but the thing is, if you want to be a contributor to the Flat Report, all I need is for you to have a blog so I can actually source your, you know, post it on my news aggregator and link your blog. So I just need your RSS as a source. Persian Scribe says, asteroid thought to have killed off physicist Stephen Hawking. Weekend at Stevens. Well, no kidding. I mean, Listen, I'm pretty sure from the last time I saw him, because his eyes, the eyes of Stephen Hawking. Oh, he's a Naked Gun movie, by the way. Yeah, Stephen Hawking's eyes were the eyes of a 30-year-old crisis actor, or maybe older. Maybe it was even Robbie Parker. I mean, what we saw is this really thick chair, big enough to accommodate somebody sitting underneath the puppet. And then what we saw was a prosthetic mask from the basically the beneath the eyes down. So you have the Stephen Hawking face, but from the eyes up, it's somebody else. I mean, it's a costume. Jay Haas says weird when you said Kermit the Frog. I literally opened a picture of him. Praise Keck. That means that the gods are smiling upon this. IPS. He likes bra. You take the red pill or something. I don't know your context, but I like your sentiment. Weaking at Hawking sounds like a good one actually. I like that. Pepe killed Stephen Hawking. Oh, good one. CRTX. I don't think it'd be too hard to discover this. A thermal camera. Yeah, you're right. It's like he's got no pulse. He's got no. Oh, that's you nailed it with that one. A thermal camera to actually take an image of him in the chair and do the outline of the actual living person beneath the corpse. You want to call it the puppet. He's a ventriloquist dummy. I mean, how fake is that? CRTX, you got a Pepe coloring book, and who was the author? I'm curious as to who the author was. Those of you who don't know, sometimes I like to like coloring books just on weird subjects, and I did a Pepe the Frog coloring book before the election, just kind of as I wanted one for myself for Christmas, and it ended up selling like crazy for like a month. And so I get people messaging me like saying, "Hey, you're the guy who put this coloring book together." I'm like, yep. In fact, we need a flat Earth coloring book. We actually have an artist who wants to do coloring pages for the print version of the paper. What's up, Flat Still Earth? We're doing very well. Stephen Hawking was no longer with us. He says, "Science cleans out cupboard and throws out expired vegetable." Stephen Hawking. Science cleans out cupboard and throws out expired vegetable. That's harsh. So I'm putting a link here. If you haven't checked it out, it's a video by GeoShifter. I would recommend that you make sure I think I linked the right one. Did I link the right one? Stephen Hawking, A Sad Day for Science. 816 views in an hour. 82 thumbs up. Please share it. And when you share it, there are a number of different hashtags you ought to use. Use hashtag science. Use @BillNye if you haven't already. When you type the @ sign, it should bring him up. You could send it to Joe Rogan. I think I'm already blocked by him. And if you also put hashtag atheist, he's very popular with atheists. Let's see, who else? But tag it up because we want this thing to spread. We want people to have an emotional response, and we want them to share it without thinking. Keeping it flat. You just did your first post for Steemit. Excellent, excellent. Jen, you could barely watch a minute of that video. Yeah, I couldn't get through it because the computer voice. I'm like, man, I can't watch this. I'm gonna watch this later. It's just too distracting. Did anybody notify Alex Jones yet? Somebody posted it on Neil deGrasse Tyson's page. And hey, when you post to somebody's page, don't make your own post because it'll be isolated. Post it as a response to other posters. Always do that. You know, you get twice the bang for your buck if you reply than if you post it in isolation, because then you get somebody to respond. And if they respond, other people respond. Oh man, Kyle McDonald says Hawking crushed to death by sex junk, by Bill Nye's sex junk. Yeah, Bill Nye, what a perv. And Rachel Bloom is a perv. What a sick, whatever that thing is. If you looked into Rachel Bloom, the one who sang the sex junk song for Billy Nye, That chick did a song called uh, Ray Bradbury F Me, where she did a video where she posed as a 12-year-old girl in science class with a crush on her teacher, who's Ray Bradbury. And in the video, she raps about being a 12-year-old girl having sex with her teacher. That's Rachel Bloom. That's Bill Nye's little sidekick. That's the type of sick stuff that they have on Netflix. Cancel your Netflix. It's $10 a month. Cancel it. Every time somebody subscribes to Netflix, Bill Nye buys another bow tie. So I would say pull the plug on it. Don't feed the parasites. Don't give that preening narcissist any more of your money. Somebody had said last night, some guy donated 500 NOK. I'm not sure what currency. I think it's what currency that is. I'm not sure, but he put in there. He said, "This is so much better than Netflix." Was his point, and I'm like, yes, I appreciate that because your money, your dollar is your vote. Sounds like a cliche, but it's really not. Where intention goes, energy flows. Whether it's your money, your time, your energy, your emotions, and we got to pull the plug on the beast matrix. Stop feeding it. Good advice, toxic lucidity. Cancel your Netflix and buy Bitcoin. Up to 2,500. Fascinating. Yeah, flat still Earth. Rachel Bloom is creepy. Absolutely. Ace McLeod says that sounds hot as F IPS. Oh, look at the video. F me Ray Bradbury. She draws a picture of herself filleting an old fat man. And she's playing the role of a 12-year-old, and that's supposed to be funny. In fact, tweet her. Tweet Rachel Bloom that Bill Nye, I'm sorry, that Stephen Hawking is dead. Oh, you gave the thumb. Okay, Linda McFadden makes a nice point. I gave the show a thumbs down on Netflix, but I'm still binging on Unbreakable. Oh, Unbreakable. You're talking about Kimmy Schmidt, right? I'm on season 2. And that's kind of a flat earth movie. Have any of you seen the show Kimmy Schmidt Unbreakable? It's about these girls who are basically kidnapped into a cult, and they're in an underground bunker, and they're told by their cult leader that there's been a nuclear holocaust and that the apocalypse happened and that they are the sole survivors. So you got this old creep and these 3 chicks in a bunker for 15 years or something like that. And one day somebody finds out, they open it up and they come out. Well, Kimmy Schmidt was unbreakable in that she was totally unperturbed by her conditions. She had a good attitude about it. And so when she comes back to the real world, she's like, wow, it's so much bigger. Everything's different. Her mind was expanded and she was much more appreciative of life. And her attitude was one of someone who sees life as always abundant, always like her character, her disposition, I think, is a very flat earth type character because she's like us. You're born in a delusion. You're born in a totally controlled reality with these sicko cult leaders running the show. And these girls in the movie, they're being used to turn a generator to power his man cave. So it's all just an allegory for the flat earth and the awakening. Yeah, Plato's Cave. It does sound like Plato's Cave. Exactly. Kimmy Schmidt wanders out of Plato's Cave. That's the subtext. And it's a comedy and it's funny. And it's on Netflix. So, yeah, unfortunately, you might have to put a little bit of money in Bill Nye's coffers, but you can always give it a thumbs down. Write a negative review on Facebook, and you can probably undo. I haven't seen Cloverfield Lane. I'll look it up. But the Kimmy Schmidt Unbreakable is a comedy. It's got some chick who used to be on a. Yeah, it kind of is though. It does. The first season's better than the second. Some of the characters are kind of hard on the eyes. They got this character I can't stand, but some of them are pretty funny. Season 1's good. Season 2, I'm halfway through it. I'm not sure if I can get through it. Dante Jones, you're right. I was actually thinking about that one. I'll have to look into that on Friday. So just so you know, I'm keeping my self focused these days, and I will not go out of focus or off the rails until Saturday night. Saturday night is the Flat Earth and Other Paradigm Shocks, but there will be no Paradigm Shocks Monday through Friday. Dante, we'll have to talk about that because you're right. The first season, though, has a solid subtext, but you're right. With anything you watch on Netflix, no matter how good the storyline or how interesting it is, they're going to fill you up with all kinds of stuff on the side. You nailed it there. And you might be right about that. I haven't taken a look, but you might be right. Now that's fascinating. Because remember, you can no longer look at your entertainment as separate from the media, and you can no longer look at the media as separate from government. It's the government, media, entertainment complex. They use the entertainment to soften up your brain for what they're going to sell you in the media. And whatever they sell you in the media is being used to grow government. Very simple. We need to flat pill the purple traders. I agree. The purple pillars are roadblocks. They're obstacles. They're damming up the flow of truth. If you are a purple pillar, beware, the flat earthers are coming. And we don't go halfway. We don't look out of the cave and then run back in. We don't keep one foot in the matrix. We're over it. We are over the matrix. We are over the parasitic elite and their blood-sucking system. We're so over it. The globe is so 1984, right? Dante Jones. Yeah, you're right about that. The Giver, The Matrix, Divergent. Will I post the hashtags and newspaper links? Yes. First of all, here's a post to link you to the Flat Earth Report. Here's a link to the RIP video. Let's see what else we got here. Up to 900 hits so far. It's just been over an hour. I mean, look at this. I've only been on for I've been on live for 2 hours, right? Where I said somebody needs to make a touching memorial for Stephen Hawking. That was done. Now we're on hour 2, and that video has already got 1,000 views. And if only 1% of the people fall for it, this will be a victory. Like, we're setting something on fire here. We're playing with fire. Because this is a sacred cow, and when people see that he's dead, they're going to remember him from their whole lives. Like, hopefully people are crying right now. Flat Earth Subgenius. Yes, you're the one. Are you the one who runs it? The League of Extraordinary Flat Earthers. Post a link again. Linda McFadden says the globe is so 2000 late. Exactly. Ray says Stephen Hawking dies today, drowns in a wave pool at Wet and Wild. Did any of you see my obituary? I found an obituary site. Too funny. I just took Christopher Reeves's obituary and I just repurposed it for Stephen Hawking, and it looks real. So which is it? Did Stephen Hawking die in a skiing accident or at the swimming pool? Either way, someone should open a GoFundMe, and let's raise money to send his ashes to the Sea of Tranquility. Or maybe into a black hole. Ashes to a black hole somewhere. Maybe live stream it on Netflix. All the Globies would believe it. I'll live stream it on my channel. Yeah, this is a live stream of Stephen Hawking's ashes being rocketed out into space, and it's going to go to a black hole. Because it's on the TV screen, so it's real. Which Stephen Hawking out of the 3 actors that played him has died? Exactly. The last time I saw Stephen Hawking, it was on some TV special for the History Channel or something, and his eyes are the eyes of a 30-year-old crisis actor. I saw his eyes and I was like, there is no way that's him. This is a prosthetic. I'm looking at like a Robbie Parker. Somebody's sitting behind this ventriloquist dummy trying to make it appear alive. I mean, how sick is that? And it's all to raise money and push an agenda and brainwash the kids. Eon Beam says, throw our globes down the steps of Town Hall. You know, that's a good idea. Have you seen like the old Conan movie with Thulsa Doom, where Conan walks up to Thulsa Doom and chops his head off and then rolls the severed head down the stairs, and then everybody in the cult, they all just put down their torches and they mope and they walk away from the cult? Well, that's what we need. We need a scene where the globe gets just you could see the globe, like maybe we got to find some courthouse with a staircase where it'd be most dramatic, but the globe rolling down the stairs, I think that would be dramatic. A burning globe would be even better. There's, this thing of iconoclasm is not a joke. It's fun, and it's necessary, and it's needed, and it's powerful. And there are different ways. Like, I'm leaning towards globe pinatas, and I'm getting them made right now. Globe pinatas. CRTX says, I want to see Stephen Hawking on Robot Wars. That's awesome. His last words were glug, glug, glug. No change there. Well, no, here's the thing. They're pushing the transhumanist agenda with him. We're thinking now that they're probably going to say that they've uploaded his mind into a computer. Like it's going to be the apotheosis of Stephen Hawking. He's never going to die. He's going to be on a computer. He's going to be on an app. You can download Stephen Hawking's personality into your iPhone watch or whatever. It's going to be insane that they're actually doing this stuff. And I was thinking about it. I was like, if they could pull that off, then Elon Musk could actually start selling this as a service, like a combination of euthanasia and having your brain uploaded to an android. So it's like, yeah, go replace grandma with an android. Bring her back to her prime. And so you have an android built of her in a prime at 25 years old, and then you just download her consciousness into it. And I bet people would line up for it. And of course, nobody has any way of knowing, is that really grandma? Or is that just an android? This is how these transhumanist people think, by the way. Julianne Demont, what's going to be in the pinata? Good question. We have some ideas. Like, I kind of like the idea of putting, in addition to candy, like maybe Easter eggs with flat Earth messages inside. I don't know. We'll see. Dante Jones, interesting. Yeah, I can't stand that particular character referring to on Kimmy Schmidt. He's actually the reason why I'm not too enthused about it. Like, I like her attitude in the first season. I like the whole premise of the underground cult and the bunker and breaking out, and how even some of the girls who broke out want to go back in, or they join other cults. They did a big spoof on Scientology. But when I watch TV, it's not for entertainment for the most part. It's for subtext. It's for opposition research. It's to know what they're telling the sheep to think so I can help undo the damage. Noble Bear says there's a great Black Mirror episode about the pitfalls of uploading consciousness into an android. Well, think about this though. If they can sell people on the illusion of going into space for millions of dollars, they're going to sell some rich people on, hey, why don't you just jump into an android body? It's a better physical experience. It's better than real life in the flesh because you'll be more intelligent. You'll be your real self, but you'll be in a younger body. Everything will continue on as normal. You'll be immortal. If they can sell the people on this, people will line up for it. And they'll find this is just a good way for the NWO to convince people to self-exterminate, commit euthanasia. So they end up doing this thinking that they're being uploaded. Meanwhile, nothing of the sort. If anything, their souls are being, who knows? Elon Musk probably has like some evil idol somewhere in his basement that traps all the souls. But no, it's going to be a big scam, big con. Flat Earth ANCAP says it would be hilarious if they retired him right now. Well, that's what I'm saying. If we push the issue, they'll be forced to retire him. They will have no option because the internet is so flooded with stuff about him already being dead. Is he dead? When's he going to die? That it's becoming to be something of a blight on their narrative. So they're going to have to put him down soon because how are you going to build sympathy for a character that is no longer believable? It's one thing, Christopher Reeves died, you cry. But come on, this guy's overstayed his welcome by 30 years. Unconfirmed, Stephen Hawking dies in an ISS pool accident. Yeah, he's like on a spacewalk. He drowned on a spacewalk. Dragonlord says, notice how bright people are on here. Truth does this. Yeah, exactly. Something the Globies don't know is, see, the Globies misunderstand our motivations, our intentions, and how we got here, and they underestimate us like hell. They think so lowly of us. So they think 270 flat earthers in a chat room that we're just uneducated yokels and we're just, participating in echo chamber antics. No, this is a think tank. These are some of the freest thinkers, people who are intrepid enough to speak their minds on the most controversial of subjects in a public forum. And you've got hundreds of us in one room. And that's, to me, that's not something to be trifled with. So all you Globies, you've been warned. It's already happened. It has already impacted the globe Titanic. And you got these people running around trying to straighten out the deck chairs. It's a little too late. CRTX says Stephen Hawking may have choked on a hooker's bra after trying to remove it with his teeth. Interesting. I could see that. His teeth were looking pretty bad. I could see how they could get caught on a bra. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole says it's already a movie called Logan's Run. I'll have to rewatch that. Logan's Run, I'm really excited for the new Blade Runner. Westworld covers a lot of the same territory as Blade Runner. And Blade Runner comes from Philip K. Dick. If you don't read Philip K. Dick, you should. A lot of his stuff is space, but more of it than not will explain to you how these transhumanists really see us. Like, you got to read Huxley. You got to read Philip K. Dick. You've got to read Kurzweil if you can stand it. Just anything to let you know what they're going to do in advance. And I think they're going to push some kind of transhumanist thing with Hawking. Oh, okay. Logan's Run was about Saturn worship and escape. Interesting. So, for those of you who don't know, all of the Abrahamic faiths at their core are Saturn worships, Saturn worshippers. They're cults of Saturn. It's a death cult. Well, it's polytheistic. See, Saturn's the god of death. Apollo's the god of life. So they actually celebrate it at both ends, but they definitely start off with Abraham, the father of the Abrahamic faiths. And Abraham is a Judaized version of the god of death, Saturn, the god of time, Kronos. Oyoko Okura says, I have been called an idiot for believing in flat Earth several times. The funny thing is, I know more about their model than they do. Yep, it's the old paradox I have to cite at least once a day. If you want to know about the Bible, ask an atheist. If you want to know about the globe, ask a flat earther. And it's because these are the only people who had reasons to look into both sides of the issue. You, as a flat earther, know twice as much as the globie across the street from you. No, probably even more than that, because most globies don't even know the globe model. CRTX Scanner Darkly film features Alex Jones. He's a Lifetime actor. And he's yesterday's news. He's establishment. I mean, seriously. You know, several times Alex Jones has talked about being promised by the Illuminati, like, yeah, we'll make you the next Rush Limbaugh. That's been his plan all along. He's already been positioned for it. And as everything moves in one direction, more extreme, you'll see that those who are on the extreme are now mainstream. And so Alex Jones is mainstream. He is establishment. He's controlled opposition. He's got some good info. He's slightly entertaining, but now you got to listen to him as entertainment and opposition research. You know, you can't go in thinking you'll get all your answers from any one person anyway. Take heart, flat earthers. Aristotle was a polymath geocentrist who was gravely persecuted for it because he challenged popular religion and politics. You've been exposed. Shout out to Infinite Plane Society. Thanks for the love. Hey, post your link to your channel. You've been exposed. We're all functioning as a vanguard of this renaissance. It's an intellectual revolution, and we have to support each other as such. So I've got like $29 in Patreon pledges, and I'm repledging it to other content creators. It's a good way to keep in touch with one another. It's not just the money, but you know, you contribute $1 a month to an account. Well, you stay in touch. You get the newsletter, you get the emails, you know their videos, you know what's going on. And then when you share that you supported this person, 3 or 4 other people might also share. Like, I have people say, what does one vote matter? Does one vote count? Well, it's not really about your one voice. It's about how many other people you can influence. And so if you don't even have $1, but you can share something, and 50 people who do decide they want to contribute because they take your word for it, or they trust your opinion or your judgment, and they listen to this guy because of you, well, then you've just really facilitated this person to create more content by introducing more people to him. So sharing is more important than anything. Jen, you can't stand Alex Jones anymore? Well, I'm watching Alex Jones's slow motion train wreck. How are they going to take down this thing? How are they going to break down this idol? And that's what they do. I mean, look, of all things, they let Glenn Beck call him out. So we'll see, but it's fascinating. You know, I think Joe Rogan's defeated. I think he's throwing in the towel. Like, inside, the fight's not there. Look, he called Steve-O to come defend him. If you call Steve-O for anything, you're literally at the bottom of the barrel. That was his last gasp. Alex thinks Trump is our savior. Yeah, we don't need political saviors. Whether it's Trump or Hitler, we do not need a big government solution to a big government problem. The globe is a big government problem, and it won't be solved by a politician. And the sooner we get that in our minds, the better, because we have collectively, we are in a dysfunctional relationship with power, with centralized authority, with big government. The human race is codependent, and we're being ruled over by a bunch of narcissists. And the cure for codependency is twofold. One, no contact, which means you stop giving them your blood. You stop watching their Netflix. You stop paying for Bill Nye to get his bow ties. And you redirect that money towards people who are dedicated to exposing the big deception and making those propagandists lose their funding. So you redirect it. That's one. And then the second way that you break away from a narcissistic, toxic relationship is you regain your self-esteem. Like collectively, we need to recognize that we have value, we have souls, that the scientists lie, that we're not insignificant, that we're not, as Bill Nye says, we're not specks. He's on his altar of Saturn. He's got the image of Saturn, of death behind him, on the stage, and he's saying, you human beings are just specks. The earth is a speck. You're insignificant. That's garbage. And that's them trying to tell you that you have original sin, that you have a carbon footprint, and that you are a tumor on the side of Mother Earth, and you need to minimize your impact or the world will be flooded. That's garbage. So they do this to attack our collective self-esteem because that's the basis for this toxic relationship, this imbalance of power. And what we're doing right now is we're becoming like the gods. And if you read their blueprints, a lot of their myths are blueprints. It's basically, don't let your slaves have knowledge of good and evil. Don't let the slaves know anything, because then they're unfit for servitude. Because remember, in the original blueprint, Elohim is plural. The gods of Eden enslaved man and are not the creator, do not represent the creator. The creator is not represented between the covers of any of these so-called holy books, which are in fact instructions for farming the human animal. So we need to stop being, and no disrespect to animals, but I mean, we're not barnyard, we're not property. There are no royal bloodlines. There is no elite. Nobody's better than you. And they need you to believe that. They need you to believe that those people up on the altar, up on the stage, up on the big screen, that they're better than you, they're more beautiful than you, they're more intelligent, they're more successful. I'm sorry, those are puppets. And they're put here to degrade you and to degrade your experience here and to get you to accept a lower status. And that's what Bill Nye's doing. And I say, screw you, Bill Nye. You're lower than pond scum. You're filth. You're garbage. You're pathetic. You're propagating lies and smut. That smutty Rachel Bloom, who did a song about a 12-year-old girl having sex with her science teacher. It's not science, it's smut. It's smut and scientism. It's misanthropic, and his whole idea of saving the world has nothing to do with saving the planet. It's all about policing your thoughts. So I say, screw these people, screw their idols. Screw you, Stephen Hawking. You're just a puppet. We see through it. The real person died 30 years ago, and he was sold to the show business of scientism decades ago. So there's no reason to be crying about it. And if you haven't shared it, please share the video of Stephen Hawking's memorial from GeoShifter. Here's the link. Wake the Sheeple says, I used to put shrooms in the scrambled eggs and salsa when I lived in Oregon. Anyone who says they taste good are lying. Breakfast with a trip. I like that. One way to mitigate the taste is to put them in tea, I suppose. But, you know, the few times that I've tried that, and that was in high school, everyone does that in high school, it was like, I didn't understand people complaining about the taste because the experience is so much more overwhelming that the taste doesn't even matter. You know, it doesn't even enter the equation. I don't recommend it, though. Eddie K914 says Bill Nye, the POS guy. He's the scientism guy. He's an actor, not a real scientist, no real credentials. And he pushes this idea that if you don't believe in global warming, one, you're causing terrorism, and two, you are a threat to the safety of everybody else. All right, Lee Harvey Hitler, you like the taste? Hey, NorCal Waters, how are you doing? Do you have a wrench? NorCal Waters is someone who participated in the Flat Earth Day, and he went out there and he debated people on the streets. He challenged their preconceptions. He showed them pictures of the Earth that aren't really pictures. You're a myth buster. And so you get mod status and you can post links to your videos here. And any video links that you post, I'll be reviewing, or I'll be linking to them on the flatearthreport.com. If you haven't seen it yet, it was launched last night. The Flat Earth Report is the flat Earth version of the Drudge Report, and the idea here is to be a news aggregator to promote our own content creators, and also to turn into a print-on-demand publication once a week so we can get this stuff into the streets. We'll be having flat Earth memes being published that you just tear them out and hang them up on the board, put them on your fridge. You can leave this thing somewhere. Leave it at an office. Leave it at work. Dante Jones, my thoughts on contributionism. I'll have to look into it, and I will get back to you on that. If you have any content on it, or a blog on it, or a video on it, link it. Christopher Tedesco says, the Bible says, watch out for those with cunning lips and smooth tongues. Exactly. Because the Bible doesn't want you to they're basically saying, don't trust anybody but your priest. Only trust what we say. Everybody out there is lying to you. That's classic psychological abuse. I'm telling you, the religious organizations psychologically abuse their followers. They isolate you mentally, spiritually, if they can physically. It's all about isolating you and separating you and cutting you off so they can keep you in an echo chamber and make you fear the world. Like what this guy just said, and he meant it when what he just said about this person. The Bible says, watch out for those with cunning lips. That phrase was used in the movie The Village, or something like it, where it was about not listening to the words of the people who might cause you to not listen to the elders, and you might wander off the plantation and realize it's not real, that there's a world out there. The Bible is a book for gatekeeping human souls. Okay? It's what it is. It doesn't give you a moral high ground because you don't know who you're gatekeeping for. Bill Nye announces engagement to Josephine Rogan. Now that's a good headline. Yeah, we do need to get a billboard. Someone deep inside the rabbit hole, actually, we were talking about this the other day. He had some stats for me. I had to dig them up about how between all the different forms of marketing an idea, the one that gets the most traction and reaches the deepest levels of market saturation, it's billboard. Billboard takes the cake. So it would be worth crowdsourcing a billboard with something to get people, bubbles in space, flat Earth, doesn't matter, just something. But El Bandito, you're in Las Vegas. Well, I'm going to do some research on it. Find the prices. I've seen some where I live pretty cheap per month, but I'm not sure if they offer like by the month, because it's kind of expensive. But it's something to think about doing. It'd have to be timed right. Like if I was going to do a billboard, it would have to be timed where I know a lot of people are going to see it. Wake the Sheeple says, all government, mainstream, and NASA would shut down if the teleprompters and CGI green screens were taken from them. Trey Gowdy yells at actors and people thinks he's really chewing somebody. Yep, it's all a stage, isn't it? And the more we dig, the more we find it's a big Wizard of Oz show. And the good thing about the Wizard of Oz, he was a bluffer. He didn't have magic powers. It's all deception. Yeah, exactly. It's dangerous to be a literalist. Jehovah's Jupiter equals Zeus equals Odin equals Shango equals Marduk equals Baal. It's all about Jupiter, king of the gods. It's an astrotheological pantheon. You've been deceived. Christianity is not monotheistic. You are a polytheist. Keeping It Flat says profit from the art show. Yeah, I was thinking about that. If the art show generates a profit, and I wouldn't ask anybody to, but like, obviously, every person who sells something is going to make some money. But if everybody contributes a little bit, maybe we could get to the point where we could afford a billboard, which would be awesome. But I'm also thinking it might be worthwhile to invest in movie makers. I don't know any filmmakers out there. I'm trying to find somebody, because I think it's about time that we create a spoof ISS, just a green screen movie with harnesses, spoof the ISS and do live feeds at the same time. So we'd have a channel dedicated to these people who are like pretending to be in space, and they could probably even do it better than the real thing. Kobe the Legendary says, what the F is this stream? Well, if you didn't know, the world is flat. Heliocentrism is Roman polytheism sold to the public as science. We're in a 500-year-old deception. And part of this deception is an extensive propaganda network Well, they're selling us the lies of scientism as real science. Part of that being this character known as Stephen Hawking. Not a real person. It's an animatronic doomsayer, a sock puppet for the New World Order agenda, and we're exposing it. He's been dead for about 30 years or so, and we want people to know. That's what this is about. I didn't put Flat Earth in the title, so a lot of people coming in here, they're like, whoa, I'm in a room with 300 Flat Earthers, WTF. They're having a little bit of culture shock. Get used to it. Get used to it. Lickety split, you ready to start writing stuff? Are you on Steemit? Whatever it is, anybody who's interested in writing, send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. The Flat Earth Report is going to be a publishing platform for anybody with anything related to Flat Earth, exposing media lies, exposing psyops, exposing Flat Earth subtexts in movies, anything. Jeremy Gain says, I'm in Vegas too, Vegas guy. What about reaching out to the church's billboard on I-15 North? Thousands see it. Yeah, so if one of you decides you found a good billboard and you have a good design, send me an email and we'll set up a crowdfunding. And I'll be focusing on these projects after the art show. Right now I'm focused on the art show. I don't know how many of you have followed along with it, but we've got a growing crowd of artists who are just waiting to send me the work. And I'm about to start accepting. I actually have some people from Australia already sending it, but I'm about to kick that into high gear. I'm waiting until the 1st. I'm waiting until I actually have everything, everything in paper. Here's a link to the art show if you want to read about it. Please share that link. Contribute if you like. The money's being used. Gallery itself, I already got enough for the down deposit, but also to get people to actually be able to send their work to me. Newbie Bear says, maybe the term flat earth is the issue. No, I've heard that many times, but listen, not a single one of us was turned away by that phrase. It made us look. Like, what is that? We have to look. We have to look deeper. So no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to stop using the term. Like, so I almost went that way with the paper. I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't call it flat earth, but no, we need to just own it. Barnum says, Stephen Hawking's died of irritable bowel syndrome. Rick Wood says, IPS, there's already a flat earth comic book. I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it. But crowdfunding a billboard could easily happen. Overthought said, when I saw your hangout, I immediately Googled Stephen Hawking and then was like, oh yeah, it's IPS, he's trolling. We're trying to force the issue, man. We want to force them to retire this animatronic doomsayer. Look, you go to Chuck E. Cheese, they don't even have the animatronics anymore. They retire them. You can only use these things for so long. Flat Earth made you look. Yeah, see, I think it's a powerful meme. And for those of you who just arrived, here's how I've been describing it. Those of you who have been truth seekers for years experience the same exact thing. You got a handful of puzzle pieces. Now you got 2 hands full. Now you got your arms together and you're holding a whole bunch of puzzle pieces, but you don't know what it is. Then you walk up to a flat table. It's a flat surface. You put the puzzle pieces down and then you start assembling it. And then it all makes sense. And the more pieces you put together, the more horrifying the picture is. But at least now you can see it. And that's kind of where we're at with the flat earth thing. The flat earth puts everything else into context. Now it all makes sense. Now we can see the big picture. And as much as we might want to turn away and ignore it because it's ugly in some places, it's actually our responsibility to uncover it. Because if we give them a carte blanche on defining our reality, if we say, yeah, here, have our kids, have these blank slates, mold their minds, what do you think is going to happen? I mean, look at what they've already accomplished with the shoddy workmanship already. Their psyops are so fake, but they still use them. There aren't enough people who see through it, and they're just going to get better at the deception. Ace McLeod says, flat earth is the best thing to call it. It triggers your subconscious. Yeah, because you have to remember, they put a spell on you when you were a little kid. They put a spell on you. They said flat earth equals everybody's going to laugh at you. They attached it to shame, to being outgrouped, to being cast out, to not being liked. They attached it to all these things. And so that was a spell. When you call it out and you break that spell, then it undoes their programming. Good point here. Alchemical Cosmology says the mainstream theories are put forth out of an agenda to extinguish the divine light of the slave population. Exactly. And one of their doomsayers, one of their oracles, was Stephen Hawking. It wasn't like he was Mr. Wizard teaching science experiments. No, he was saying, you human beings are a problem. You're a tumor. You're overpopulating. And even if you escape the planet, the aliens will wipe you out. The guy's a doomsayer. Like I said, an animatronic embalmed. If embalmed. Now I think he's prosthetic. He's a puppet. He's a New World Order sock puppet. And we definitely need to get his ashes. We'll crowdfund his ashes being sent into space, into a black hole. We'll live stream it. Christopher says, bro, the creator showed me all of this. I thought everyone is dead and I was the only one alive. Honestly, I was in the Matrix. Cool. I don't dispute or discount or diminish or degrade or deride anybody's spiritual experiences. I really don't. But I don't think that because you had a spiritual experience, that therefore the nearest holy book is now the ultimate authority. They put those things out there to trap you. It's like a spider's web. Uh-oh, this one's waking up. Here's a book to corral that in. Let's hijack it. Let's make sure he's praying to state-approved idols, reciting state-approved prayers. F that. Flat Earth is a trigger. It is the cosmic trigger. Yeah, it is. It has this. It's a Trojan horse meme, is what it is. Everyone hit that thumbs up, or if you hate this, hit your thumbs down. And let's go ahead and post some links again. If you have tweeted the Stephen Hawking hoax, death meme, post a link so we can all retweet it. It's not trending yet, so far that I can tell, but it can happen. I'm posting a link. Go there and retweet it. Yeah, exactly. Go to breakyourownnews.com. Make your own fake headline. Sir Stabulus says they like to project their beliefs on you. Exactly. Well, here's one of the things that religions do. Not spirituality. Spirituality gets you to see the commonality with everybody, to recognize that empathy is it's your natural state. We're meant to be at peace. But what religion does is it says, nope, now it is us versus them. And once they get you into their black and white Hegelian matrix, this way of looking at things, then they own you. Then you're no longer spiritual. Now you're looking at things from the outside, as a superficial being. Now your skin color, now your tribal identification, now your however they define you and mold you. Those who are now awake to the flat earth will come as aliens to help the human race. Interesting. Okay, see this? Oh, nice. Lickety split. Unbelievable. So we started this chat a couple hours ago. The call, I said, will somebody make a convincingly sad and touching memorial video for the animatronic doomsayer? And GeoShifter stood up and did it. Now here we are, a couple of hours into the chat, and he's at 1,200 views. Send yet another tweet. This time I'm going to send it to Donald Trump, the real Donald Trump and the real Alex Jones. And I'm posting the link below. Please share it. We want to get this thing viral. We're trying to force meme rip Stephen Hawking. It's really sad that he's dead. If you want to, please use one of those rip Stephen Hawking memes as your Facebook profile picture. Let's see. Carla Costa says, as a newbie here, it is very scary. Interesting. Donald Trump's with the Pope right now. Oh, that's right. Hey, send a tweet to the Pope. I'm going to send this because I know the Pope's he's big on scientism. You know, the Pope is totally a shill for big science, for global warming, for all of it. Twitter account, if you just hit @ it's, and I've tweeted them before. It's Pontifex, Pontifex. So I'm sending the Pontifex, the Rip Stephen Hawking. Who else needs to know? Who else would like to know? Neil deGrasse Tyson is, he is just Neil Tyson. And then also tweet it to the media, like CNN, CNN Tech, Fox, and Friends. Send it all around. And then put the hashtag Rip Stephen Hawking. And then if you see these tweets popping up in your feed, retweet them. So far, this one's been retweeted 14 times. Has 13 hearts. May not sound like a lot, but some of these people retweeting have big channels. There's a link. NorCal Water said, the fear will subside when the ball parasite lie leave us completely. The relief will rush in. Happened to me in that way. You have to understand that the government media complex is a terrorist organization. They create boogeymen. They scare you. They use what I call aesthetic terrorism with all these fake shootings to make the world a scary place. And when you see through the illusion, it's not so scary anymore. The death toll is not as high. Admiral Pike from Star Trek. Yep. Admiral Pike was predictive programming for Stephen Hawking. So was this other character on Mr. or Doctor Who. I don't know his name. And Professor Xavier from the X-Men. That's another one of the same archetype. So they use, like I said this earlier today, it's government media entertainment complex. They use the entertainment to soften you up for what the media is going to show you. And anything the media shows you has a government agenda behind it. Growing government in some form. Yeah, the Pope has a Twitter. The Jesuit Pope has a Twitter account. I've trolled him relentlessly over the years. That's how I know. Who else? Who else can we hit up with this? Any popular YouTube channels who are like totally into scientism? So go in the Twitter sphere. Post one of these Rip Stephen Hawking memes. Post the video. Oh, this video is getting a lot of traction. Who else? Oh yes, that show, The Big Bang. You know, the TV show. What are those actors' names? Because they worship this guy. Anybody know? Let me pull this up. The Big Bang. We're reaching out for certain Twitter accounts to send the Stephen Hawking death notice to. Okay, here we go. Here are their names. We need to send a tweet to Chuck Lorre, Bill Prady, Maria Ferrari, Stephen Milaro. So let's start with Chuck Lorre. But what I'm doing right now as we speak, I am live tweeting Chuck Lorre, and there you are. Excellent. Any other suggestions on who we should be tweeting this thing to? The Doogie Howser guy. That's a good one. Roy says Science Plus channel, 500K subs. Okay, good one. Good one. And all we need is the wrong person, or rather the right person, to retweet this thing, and it's going to explode. Oh. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. The Science of Us, the Science Vids, the Science Channel, World in Science. What I'm doing is I'm typing in the @ symbol and hitting the word science. Popular science. Oh, Mythbusters. There we go, @Mythbusters. Go to my channel and just retweet these things because it'll keep bugging the same people. Oh, Metabunk. Send it to Metabunk. Snopes. All these smarmy, snarky, peanut gallery jerks who think they can just, talk down to us because we don't agree with their scientism bullshit. We got to really just pile it on them. Al Gore. Anybody who's benefited from this guy, anybody who uses these narratives, just send it to him. Rip Stephen Hawking, Rip Stephen Hawking. Aaron Hahn, appreciate that. Crowdfunded billboard. Yeah, we're seriously in the talks for doing that now. We are looking into it, and I think it'll happen here's what I'll do at the art show. I'll see if I can in July. I'll see if I can get everyone to commit 5% of their earnings to a billboard or something. Because man, it wouldn't take that much, and enough people would, if they see the money moving towards it, they see where it's going to be. We have the order placed. Yeah, I think we can get people to commit to it. It wouldn't take very much, $3,000, and you know how much traction that will get. It'll be like a landmark. So again, Aaron Hahn, really appreciate you supporting this. Money is the means to an end. It's the mother's milk of politics. You can't really do anything without it. And it's not about the money. It's about making things happen. It's about tearing down these curtains. It's about myth busting. Tweet the Pope in Latin. Stephen Hawking, mortis est. I like that. One reply from these actors is worth it. Exactly. If one actor, is like, seeing their tweets and just retweets it and says, I will miss this guy. If one person does it, it's going to blow up. If they're emotional enough to not cross-check it, and even if you do, you're not finding anything. That's why I'm saying we also got to do some obituaries. And then even if nothing does happen, yeah, tweet to Bruce Lee. Mikio Kaku, Bruce Lee. Linda McFadden says, there's already a RIP Stephen Hawking from 2009. Damn, he's been dead a long time. This is what I'm saying is like, when are they going to pull the plug on this thing? It's no longer believable. It's getting so dumb. Like, come on, nobody believes in Stephen Hawking. Can you guys just stop? Just put it to rest. It's getting so ridiculous. And there's so many people calling it out as fake that when they do announce it, it's going to be like the boy who cried wolf. They're like, yeah, he's dead. That is if they don't upload his consciousness to an iPhone app. And all the idiots believe it. And they'll be like, yeah, euthanize me. Put my consciousness in an app. I want to exist in cyberspace. That's one way to get rid of all the dumb statist globe worshippers. Because they'll buy that stuff. It's a suicide cult. It's like drinking the Kool-Aid. It's like, yes, line up. We'll upgrade you into the computer. You'll be an android. Step on up. Seriously, Elon Musk is like the Jim Jones of this transhumanist movement. I think he's going to sell people on it. Moment of silence for Stephen Hawking, gravity, and the globe. Mr. White, okay, we'll have a brief moment of silence for Stephen Hawking, for gravity, and for the globe. Oh, Dragon Lord. Okay, yeah. Moment of silence over. Dragon Lord says our children need protected. Yeah, as much of as much as we talk about exposing this thing and waking people up, we rarely deal with the fact or talk about the fact that it isn't us. Even though they flood our media with it, their target is the children. And they're brainwashing the kids. And this was very apparent yesterday when I was watching Jeff Bezos, Crazy Eye Bezos, Dr. Evil himself, was in a room full of toddlers, like at a daycare center. And he had a shrine to Apollo. And he's saying, yeah, we're going to go to the moon next year and build a moon base. And the kids couldn't give an F. They just couldn't care less. But the reason why he was up there doing it is that they're prepping the children, I think, to believe that we are a multiplanetary civilization. That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, Kyle, I'm going through my Twitter right now, and I'm retweeting everyone else's stuff on the subject. So I'm looking if you go to Twitter and you search hashtag RIP Stephen Hawking, oh, there it is. Let's see how many tweets are here. Getting some traction here. So I'm going to post a link to the hashtag RIP Stephen Hawking, and go down there and find the ones you like and retweet them, but send them to somebody else. Give somebody else the good news. Wake the sheeple. I'm surprised you don't have a wrench. I would trust you with a machine gun in there. I know you have discernment and you won't be reckless. You'll just. Oh, here we go. Ubuntu contributionism. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I've been wanting to look into that. Thanks for the link. I think that was you, Dante, or someone. Rip Stephen Hawking. Reshare it. Oh, this is a good one. Macro quote. And this guy's probably not even a flat earther. He says, "We are just an advanced breed of monkeys on a minor planet of a very average star." Touching words, he will be missed. Rip Stephen Hawking. Okay, this is fantastic. So I'm doing the hashtag Rip Stephen Hawking. And so the PH, not a V. And I'm also putting at. And so I'm sending this one to, who are these actors again? Oh, yes, from The Big Bang Theory. Because these people had Stephen Hawking on their show. One of them is Mayim Bialik. Here we go. Just a moment here. Any other names? Anybody else you think I should tweet this thing to? There's got to be some celebrity. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio. Anybody who believes in global warming, because they will have used this. Oh, Ellen. All the big name talk show hosts who are going to talk about it and do dedications, and anybody who's interviewed him before. Like I think Charlie Rose might have interviewed him before. Oh, you know who has? Politiking, Larry King. Larry King has actually interviewed Stephen Hawking before. So I'm tweeting Larry King, Rip Stephen Hawking. There we go. That's who we want to reach. The people who've spoken with him. Okay, Kyle McDonald says, when you send new tweets, do it on a famous person's recent tweet and all their followers will see it. Exactly. We always want to hit after the followers. You don't want to make a post in isolation. Always generate a response. On Facebook too. Like go to Facebook and post this on Bill Nye's page, but don't post it like on its own post. Respond to somebody else, and then other people will respond to that one. Tweet to Vsauce. Okay, I'll take a look. Again, here's our link to the hashtag Rip Stephen Hawking. Oh no, no, this is this is good. Macro cloud. That's pretty good animation. There's the tweet here. This is just ridiculous. It's good. It's a GIF. I'm gonna post a link here. Copy link to tweet. There you go. Okay, everyone, go hit this link right here. This is good. This is a GIF with Stephen Hawking going down a black hole. Genius. That deserves a retweet. And so I'm probably going to do another installment of reacting to flat Earth tweets. And I'm going to just go through this channel because look, this person, this is somebody saying this is very sad. Here's one. Science manages to sustain one of our greatest thinkers, but the death of Stephen Hawking is inevitable. Oh, wait a minute. Is this a real story? It looks like, oh my God, that's so ridiculous. I'm sorry. This thing is so fake. There's another one. Rip Stephen Hawking, 1942 to 2015. So he's been declared dead a number of times. Here's a quote by him. Rip Stephen Hawking, this hashtag's been around since 2014. I have noticed even people who claim everything is predestined and that we can do nothing to change it look before they cross the road. So Stephen Hawking was saying we shouldn't look before crossing the road? I don't know. I don't think that wheelchair could take a T-bone from even a small car. I mean, what is that? Advocating faith? Give me a break. Again, here's the link. Just go through there, retweet something. We're trying to get this thing trending again. It's good to know that this has been going on for a while, but to reach trending status, it needs to reach at least 1,499 tweets. The hashtag get it all has 1,500 tweets. So just please just go through and keep hitting these things, because if this hashtag can clear another 500 or so, we may actually get it trending. And that's kind of what we want to happen. Mr. White has a quote here. I don't account for height when I calculate the curve, Stephen Hawking. Oh, this is messed up. Lee Harvey Hitler. No wonder he's in a wheelchair. Oh, that's right. Hey, tweet it to NASA. Tweet it to all the astronauts. I hadn't even thought about that. So let's see who's on Twitter here. Name an astronaut, an actornaut, a scuba naut, an actor. You know, these actors, these astronauts, they all ought to be tried. Stolen valor. You know, stolen valor is a big deal with regards to like the military and all that. It's like you can't fake like you're a special agent of some kind, or that you're a Navy SEAL, or that you got a Purple Heart. You can't fake that stuff and get away with it. But oh, Mark Dice. Hey, Mark Dice. Stephen Hawking is dead. Go vlog about it. River Phoenix. We got Mark Dice, NASA. Just tweet it to NASA and then at NASA JPL. So that's what I'm doing now. But actually, as Kyle said, I'm actually going to go to NASA's account. And I'm going to respond. I'm going to actually tweet this thing or replying to those comments. Oh yeah, this is going to get it done. So here, go to twitter.com/NASA. I'm posting a link for you. Just do what I'm doing. Any of you at the Twitter account, go to twitter.com/NASA. Let's go to a random tweet and copy and paste, or rather just put the hashtag RIP Stephen Hawking and then upload that image of him that says RIP. Copy and paste, you know, you don't want to have to retype it. What I'm doing is I'm going down every single post by NASA, all of this ridiculous CGI garbage, and I'm just retweeting it or I'm replying to them. And I'm actually specifically like replying to other responses by other people because these are true believers. On to somebody like there's a guy here who's saying pictures are so real. I love NASA. It's all true. And I'm just responding to him with a tweet. This guy is dead. One of them is going to take it seriously, and it's going to get out. All right. Jim Carrey. Yeah, Jim Carrey is nuts. Wake the Sheeple says stolen valor will get you a punch to the face. Yeah. Well, you know, you look at this guy like Chris Hadfield going to these meetings where he talks about being an astronaut, and it's all about him and his guitar and his mustache. And it's like you're just an actor. You're probably not even a scuba diver. And you're being worshipped as though you're some type of hero, a pilot, a stuntman, an explorer. I mean, what a fraud. Platonic forums. Yeah, keep tweeting NASA. Oh, yeah, that'd be a good one. Tweet, you know who we should tweet, who I think will fall for it faster than anybody? Stefan Molyneux. That pompous jerk. He'll fall for it. He'll be like, was extinguished today, and all of you are watching cat videos. Stephen Hawking, and he'll hype it up. This guy is such a hoax. I mean, a frauder. The guy, he believes in every single psyop is just real. He believes in the war on terror. He believes whatever Big Brother tells him to believe, and he claims to be a free thinker. So it's at Stefan Molyneux, Molyn. Here we go. It's Stefan Molyneux and the number 2. I think that's the right one. What a dumb name. What's his radio? Oh, it's Free Domain Radio. We'll just go with that one. There we go. Free Domain Radio will probably get it to him. Who else? Who else? Bill Maher. Yeah, all the late night talk show hosts. Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow will be fantastic. Yeah, Stefan Molyneux will fall for it, and he'll be like, the truth about Stefan Molyneux. A lot of people are spelling it Stephen. That's to be expected. It is PH. Rush Limbaugh. Oh, the Young Turks. Yes. You know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to do a search at the March for Science. That's the hashtag that we were looking at during Earth Day. And I'm going to look at the people commenting there. Okay, here we go. Like the Earth Day Network. These people, these are the ones who are really going to fall for it. So, rip Stephen Hawking. There's a link. Sometimes just the hashtag is enough. Brother Nathaniel, yeah, that'd be a good one. Here's a tip for Twitter. Make a list and add all the media pages you can. You don't have to follow them. Oh, okay. Now that's a good idea. I want to share it. Pool our resources. Heath Carmody says, are we creating the Mandela effect? I think so. I think we're forcing this. A History Deception says, IPS, I just emailed you an Anderson Pooper Scooper image. Great. Can't wait to use that. Blurry says, be demure, not satirical. Think faux news, Sandy Hook tweets. Yeah, we're definitely not even adding too much to it. Like, we're not trying to pile anything on. We're just saying he's dead. Yeah, Thor Forms. He said, I believe in you, Stephen Hawking. Rip. Yeah, pretend like you're a Globie and say nice things about him in the tweet. Say, I'm really going to miss him. May the rocket balloon take his soul to heaven. Yeah, they ought to send his ashes up to the moon. Live stream it. And those of you who are, I think there's 300 people here, so I'm willing to bet there's about 1 or 2 Globies in here. There are no rockets that go into space. They're not these big missiles you've been lied to. Those are cylindrical blimps with rocket propulsion, and for all intents and purposes, they're empty. Just a bunch of helium. Nobody rides on those things. Nobody goes into space. The rockets are all fake. That's NASA. That's SpaceX. Everything Jeff Bezos is doing. Nobody's going to the moon. All lies. Don't fall for it. Tweet it to Hawking's own account. Yeah, good one. I didn't think about that. Let's see. At Stephen Hawking. Oh, yes. Well, there's drunk Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking. Probably the real Stephen Hawking. Yeah, there are many different ones. You pretty much have to type in the real. At Bob ATL. Okay. Who is that? Let's see. For those of you just arriving here, we're letting people know that Stephen Hawking is dead. And the real reason we're doing this is because we know it's going to cause a lot of people to inadvertently step face first into the flat earth rabbit hole, and they won't know how to handle it. That's really what this is. Hashtag science. Hashtag, we'll go with, let's put it there. Okay. Will the real Stephen Hawking please stand up? Funny. The latest SpaceX rocket was a bendy one. You saw that one? Elizabeth Shaw says, oh, you're so full of S. Oh, you're probably a Globie. Go back to your CNN. Goodbye. Justin Bieber. Tweet Justin Bieber. I just tweeted it to Hawking. Somebody says, tweet the king of Saudi Arabia. Rick Wood says, I miss him. His voice will be so comforting. Well, I'm pretty sure they have plans to upload his consciousness into an iTunes app so he can tell you stories when you go to bed about the history of time and space and about how insignificant you are, you soulless monkey. Rob says, IPS, do you think that maybe a bunch of these people you're trying to fool will say this is what flat earthers have to resort to? No, we're not using a flat earth hashtag at all. This isn't even been associated with flat earth. It's actually not coming from that direction. This is just being, and this is not the first time it's been done. People have been doing this since 2014. We're just trying to force the issue. And the thing is, it is really it's intertwined with the bigger deception, including flat earth. So, no, we thought about it. The worst that could happen, it won't trend and it won't get anywhere. And this will all have been for naught. The best that can happen Is what is a huge fraud. And remember, this guy's a brainwasher. He's not real, it's animatronic, but he's a spokesmouth for the New World Order and should not get a pass. Anyway, it's too late, and it wasn't my idea when it comes down to it. TheDailyPlane.com, another flat Earth newspaper, part of the newly constituted Flat Earth Associated Press, TheDailyPlane.com, he thought it was a good idea. And so I said, yeah, let's run with it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we thought it through, but also something else too. This thing is so big that there's nothing that anybody can do that can really end it or stop it. This thing is out of control. It's like thedailyplane.com says, ha ha ha. Exactly. It's too late. And the thing is, the toothpaste is out of the tube, genie's out of the bottle, the horses are out of the barn. Like, what are we going to do? Flat Earth is out there. It's just a matter of time. And all we're doing is we're just pushing it a little faster. We're just kind of speeding things up, adding some kindling, putting some gasoline on the fire. But the fire's already there, and it's too late. Platonic Form says, it's an unregulated response by all against a few myth makers. Mockery is a great tool. Yeah, you can't possibly have, there is no such thing as bad publicity. I know you're not supposed to say it, but there isn't. I mean, there kind of is in some cases, but not when you're publicizing the truth, because all we're doing is we're exposing something that's real. It's bad publicity for them. It's going to be very harmful to their narrative because this thing is unsustainable. The Stephen Hawking thing is totally unsustainable. P.S. Type Stephen Hawking without a hashtag to reach people searching for the name on Twitter. Flat Earth will reach a critical mass soon. I think it's timed for it. Stephen Hawking started the fire, burned the globe. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Succombing Skunk says, I'm in Australia, hanging upside down, clinging to the spinning space pair, traveling through space at 66,600 miles per hour. Rosie O'Donnell, yeah. I hit up Al Gore, the other man bear pig, but Rosie O'Donnell, send it to her as well. Tweet all the space show stars. Oh, tweet Peg Whitman and Michael Moore. Oh, Overthought says, I'm tweeting the fuck out of this shit and a bunch of people on Brian Cox's page. This is fun. Excellent. Excellent. Good idea. Hey, what's up, Rebel? Sad news, moment of silence. Stephen Hawking is no longer with us. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate your objectivity. I knew you'd see the wisdom in this and the fact that, this thing's a tidal wave. And, there's nothing we can do at this point. Just heat it up, add more fuel to the fire, speed it up, burn it down. Yeah, Rebel, Stephen Hawking's been dead for about 30 years. His family sold him. Basically, he's like a Kermit the Frog. He's a Muppet. They sold him into the entertainment industry to be a prop for the New World Order sock puppets. And we've evaluated what he's been saying over the years, and he's very misanthropic, very hateful. He believes that mankind is a tumor and ought to be regulated, if not exterminated. He preaches the dark doctrines of heliocentrism, this soulless ideology designed to turn us into slaves and worshippers of big government. He's a spokesmouth for power, for evil power, for the New World Order. He's a sock puppet. And he's a sacred cow and a human shield that you can't criticize because he's on a chair. So we're saying, screw that. It's over. We're tipping this cow, that embalmed animatronic corpse. That's what he is. He's an animatronic corpse. He's no more alive than Chuck E. Cheese animatronics on the stage, singing songs at your kid's birthday party. And we think it's about time that they put him to rest. We want to force the issue. And so we're letting people know that Hawking is dead. Oh, yes, send it to Rachel Bloom, the sex junk butt stuff girl with the talking vagina. Rachel Bloom, that sick bitch. And I don't mean to her, but listen, Rachel Bloom did a video where she represented herself as a 12-year-old girl filleting an old man. The song is called F Me Ray Bradbury. I mean, who thinks that way? And there she is. One of your idols is dead. Stephen Hawking is dead. Yeah. Hashtag rip Stephen, P-H-E-N, Hawking, not Hawkings. Get it right. Rip Stephen Hawking. And then, of course, we have, if you don't have it, there's a link there. Somebody will link you to one of the memes that has rip Stephen Hawking. So sad. Conan O'Brien. Yeah, that's a good one. And when you respond to these people, send to them, but also, as Kyle McDonald pointed out, tweet to their friends, responding to posts. Like this one here. I'm sending one tweet, rip Stephen Hawking in the picture, and it's going to Rachel Bloom. It's going to Aline McKenna, Rachel Does Stuff, and 5 others. So I'm replying to 6 people. So I'm going to put here a really touching quote that someone had actually authored. It said here, "He is no longer confined to his chair. He is now flying through the infinite, ever-expanding universe." That's going to cause one of these persons to cry. I mean, that's sad. Hashtag rip. Hashtag science. There you go. Now, if just one of these persons has a reaction and tweets it, it's going to be great. Oh, tweet the ALS groups. Good one. Let me find one. ALS group. Oh, the ALS Association. Perfect. Okay, I'm giving you a link here to the ALS Association. Go there, right? Dale says, I've been up for 24 hours so far. You have been? Yeah, I took like a good 6-hour nap or something. I mean, no sleep till flat Earth. What's the point? Okay, so I am responding to the ALS Association. This is some of that stuff. Yep. Sorry about this. Rip Stephen Hawking. Don't put flat Earth though. Like I said, we're not associating this with flat Earth because this is not about flat Earth. Oh, luminaries to attend Stephen Hawking's funeral. Trump to deliver a speech. So I'm going to put that one there. I'm going to put hashtag Trump. There we go. So like I said, the ALS Association has 20,000K subs, but if you look at some of them have lots of retweets and lots of replies. So find one that has a lot of people replying to it, and then you reply to them. And that's where you're going to get the traction. Like I just found one. So this is going to go to, oh yeah, also hit at CNN News. I would put Fox and Friends. Oh yeah, that's right. Rachel Maddow. You see, these people like to break stories. They want to be at the front of this. They don't want to be the last to know and the last to talk about it. Oh, Star Wars geeks. Any sort of Star Wars geeks. Let's see. Oh, Elon Musk. I'm going to send it to Elon Musk as well. Here we go. Yeah, this is great fun. Nathan Oakley says, not sure tweeting the ALS people is a good idea. It's really not. But that's the thing. I'm not even stretching the truth, as Rob Dizzle says. He's been dead for decades. Well, Nathan, here's the thing. You said maybe it's not a good idea to tweet the ALS people. No, I'm telling you that the bad idea started with a puppet pretending to have ALS in order to advance a political agenda. So remember, we have the moral high ground, not them. So we are absolutely in the right. Overthought says, what do you say when someone asks why you're lying about this? Hey, we're not. We're just sharing it. We were all duped. All you say is, it fooled me too. But really, at this point, we're just trying to force the issue. This is ridiculous. Mad Cow has more testosterone than the effeminate cucks on CNN, MSNBC. Yeah, I agree. Mad Cow's Mad Cow really jumped the shark during the election year. I mean, honestly, if you didn't know that it was scripted for Trump to win, as of like August 2015, if you didn't know and you're a journalist, you ought to just find another job. So many of these people jumped the shark. Oh yeah, the link. So if you just arrived here, here's a video by GeoShifter. When I started this chat about 3 hours ago, he made this video. It's a touching memorial. And so far it's been viewed 1,407 times, 118 thumbs up. So again, let me share this video. It says, "Rip Stephen Hawking, a sad day for science." Yeah, it really is. Please like, share, and subscribe with that video. Tweet to the Proud Boys. Okay. Tweet to the Science March DC Twitter account. Good one. Matt Damon. Good one. Matt Damon. Let's find Matt Damon. Matt Damon's a total global warming shill. He's a shill for big government. He loves the man bear pig. He's an actor, though. These people don't have their own opinions, remember. They do not have their own opinions. Okay, so I'm at Matt Damon's fan page. They're just actors on and off the screen. Not a coincidence. Little people actually care about them. There's like no comments, just a few retweets. These people aren't that interesting. Now let's look at what's trending. So right now, what is trending? We're trying to eclipse Make Music Royal, which has 1,400 tweets in it. So if we can cross the 1,500 mark, this will trend. So keep it up. Keep it up a little bit longer. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get to 1,500, but I think we're getting there. Hashtags, we can find the posts. Okay. I'm putting a hashtag right now where you can find all the posts that we're dealing with. Send them out. Yep. Yeah, he definitely needs to see this because he's got that show, The View, and he'll want to talk about it. You will be missed, Stephen Hawking. God, who made this one? That's awesome. Some of these memes that are coming up are just ridiculous. I'm posting a link to one. You got to check it out. Like a sad clown face superimposed over a globe is literally that is the face of Joe Rogan right now. Every sad globe, he looks just like that. Yeah, everybody, 5 tweets each. There's 300 of us watching. If each of us push this hashtag 5 times, we may hit the trending, and then it will go. Mike Tyson, yeah. I'm looking at the trending topics right now. It's dropped. Good. It's dropped down to 1,100 tweets is the low bar. So if we can cross the 1,100 line, we'll be in the running for a trending hashtag, and we will force this meme out there. Rip Stephen Hawking or Steve Fenn OS. Too soon, somebody. Oh, God. It's a little sarcastic. Too soon. I mean, this thing's unsustainable. This guy's seriously. This guy. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I just can't take this seriously. This thing is so unsustainable. Like, how are they going to walk this back? They seriously painted themselves into a corner with this thing. Okay, Platonic Form says, use the hashtag words Ariana Grande mourns Stephen Hawking. Oh, I love that. Play on current news. Good thinking. Good thinking. Ariana Grande mourns Stephen Hawking. Plays on current news. Yeah. Yeah, like Trump's going to visit his memorial is what I put on one of these. Oh, send it to PewDiePie. What if this guy dies tomorrow? We will have had its intended effect. I've sent to Elon Musk. I mean, this is all about exposing a deception. We're trying to get people to peek behind the curtain inadvertently. And if they can see that, wait, they use Professor X, Captain Pike, and the guy from Doctor Who to prep us for this archetype. It's a staged thing, it's an act, it's a character in order to advance a political agenda. Then they're pretty much a long way towards the journey of seeing that the globe itself is a deception. Like we are getting there. But we think he's been, yeah, his persona is totally fake. I mean, he's been dead. I think I'm estimating he died 33 years ago, at least. Keep the retweets going. I'm looking at the trending now. So it says that the lowest bar trending is just over 1,000. Make music royal. Where's the Hawking Memorial going to be? I think it's going to be at Cape Canaveral. They're going to launch him into space. Maybe at a space. Maybe SpaceX will handle it. WayBMX says, I don't have a Twitter, but I posted it on Instagram and a few picked it up. And yes, there are some of these memes from 2015. Yeah, isn't that crazy that people have been on this for quite a while? Meme magic. Oh, Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah, I don't know if he's still on Twitter. They banned him from Twitter. The tag is hashtag rip Stephen Hawking. No, but Milo was kicked off of YouTube, if you recall. Stephen Hawking was tragically crushed by gravity. That's a good headline. The Doctor Who wheelchair guy was the #1 Halloween costume of children in the UK. Yeah. Well, I mentioned this before, and if you just got here, government, media, entertainment is all intertwined. So they introduce characters to you in entertainment, and then they provide someone who looks just like it or matches the archetype in the media, and they use that to advance the growth of government. So it's the entertainment, media, government complex. They're all connected. You were raised on Professor X, you were raised on Doctor Who, or if you were raised on Star Trek, you were prepped for this guy and to buy all the BS. CNN News, exactly. We've been tweeting CNN News. Link, here's a link, Serenity. Go to that link and retweet it. Tweet it to Google Facts. Yeah, somebody tweet that to Google Facts. That's a good one. I'm at the Google Facts Twitter page. And if Google says it, it's a fact. That's like how people see it. And they're like, uh-oh. At Google Facts. Okay, perfect. So Google Facts has 1.5 million followers. Action, a lot of people are responding. So all you got to do is reply, and you see a list of dupes. You know, like 50 people have responded to this post. Reply to those people, which is what I'm doing right now. $311 people watching. We have enough to maybe get this into the bottom rung of trending. So it looks like right now we're still looking at, we're competing with a few different ones, but it's going to fluctuate. It's going to fluctuate. We just got to hang in there until this gets picked up. Hit up SpaceX. Jerry Cthulhu says he's not dead. Hey man, he's been dead since the 80s. Rob Drizzle says, as Eddie Bravo said, Eddie Bravo, he'd probably jump on it. Yeah, hit up Eddie Bravo 10 on Instagram. If you're on Instagram, Eddie Bravo 10. At Eddie Bravo. And don't mention anything, just post a picture. Rip Stephen Hawking, post a pic. You know, don't try to sell the idea. You don't want to spoil it. You don't want to give them any room to question or doubt. Just let them react emotionally. Let them see the picture, imagine that computer voice and growing up with the character. Let their emotions do the rest. You don't want them to think about it. Rick Roots says, congratulations, you are now fake news. Well, Rick Roots, it's called hitting back. It's called fighting fire with fire. It's called you were born into a psychological warfare zone, and it's about time you wake up. And if you're not fighting back, you're losing ground. It's an assault on your mind. It's an assault on your soul, on your body, on everything. And so don't call back for hitting back. You see, we don't turn the other cheek. Flat earthers do not turn the other cheek. Jerry Cthulhu says, I mean, the puppet died or not. Well, we're pretty sure he's been dead for quite a while. The burden of proof is on them. I mean, he's been out in public a few times, but it's clearly some type of a contraption. Whether it's animatronic or prosthetic, it isn't what it claims to be. And it's being used to advance a political agenda, and we're trying to force them to say something about it. Oh, this is getting nice. This is fun because I'm just looking through my list. Someone just posted, this is so fucked up. Some of these memes are just out of bounds. I'm sorry. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, we're just trying to get one or two of the right people to take off with this thing. Ballbreaker says NASA needs to start a GoFundMe for the Hawking funeral. Yeah, I think they ought to get, someone ought to open, I almost did it myself, a GoFundMe account to see if we can send him into space, like his ashes to the Sea of Tranquility. It's not fake news if it's true. These space monkeys crack me up. Tweet McDonald's, okay. Charlie Brown says, you have to learn how to compete in the psychological games. Everyone plays psychological games every single day. Everyone you interact with. Yeah, look at the book, Games People Play, Transactional Analysis. And it'll teach you that because it's a fact of life that everybody plays games. You're either consciously playing or you're not. And if you're not consciously aware of the games people play, you will lose. You have to be on the, not offensive, but you have to be in the ring. You have to realize that, yes, there is a state of war. We're not in a state of peace. It's just an invisible war right now. And part of the invisible war is them propping up all kinds of idols for us to worship, their fake religion. And one of the ways you tear down their idols is you make a mockery of them. You kill them in effigy. And that's what we're doing right now. Bullet 1536. If you get home from work and the news is a breaking story as RIP Stephen Hawking, I'm going to laugh. Exactly. I'm hoping that they actually do it. They pull the plug on him. Be like, all right, it's over. This is getting too unbelievable. SF Bad Boy says all of the Pink Floyd albums are Flat Earth related. I saw their latest one, and it had the person on a boat going over a flat horizon. I'll have to check it out. In fact, I want a playlist of Flat Earth music. His bio goes, the best sellers, A Brief History of a Long Deception. Again, I'm going to put a link to GeoShifter's video. Exactly, Kyle McDonald, you're either playing or you're being played. Like I say, the controllers of this beast matrix are playing chess. Truth seekers are playing checkers, and the average person is at the level of tic-tac-toe. It's sad, but that's what it's at. People are not even aware that they're being, that people are, they don't even know that there's a deception. Like a lot of people, they just don't know. They don't know CNN lies. They don't know that scientists lie. Such naivety out there. Blind faith, blind worship. And he's mocking us, exactly. Platonic Forums has some great headlines. Another one, Oprah Winfrey to sue Stephen Hawking estate over love affair. That might explain how he died. You know, you mentioned earlier that he was crushed by gravity. Well, maybe it was gravity plus Oprah. Robert says propping up idols. They do seem to prop them up all the time. Yeah, they even have him showing up at big science conferences as a hologram, where he beams down from space or whatever, and he says, "Most scientists don't understand quantum physics, but I do." And then he disappears. It's like, what a bunch of crap. Yeah, Map Silva, if you have some photos with some ISS anomalies, send them to me. Jonathan Lane says, what's this video about? Right now, basically, Jonathan, we are using this as a platform to organize an effort to force meme rip Stephen Hawking into the mass consciousness. That's what we're doing here. Yeah, do the obituary. There's an obituary maker. Just copy and paste something. How he died? He died 30 years ago, if not longer, and his family sold him into show business as an animatronic. And he's been used as a spokesmouth for the New World Order, the anti-human agenda. And so we're about countering his message, his narrative. It's not about Stephen Hawking. It's about the lies he spews and the brainwashing he supports, the misanthropy that what he says entails. It's a very low view of man. It's all about diminishing man, lowering our collective self-esteem, making us putty in the hands of our mind controllers. And we're kind of against that. In a particle collision, says Nathan Oakley. Good one. Stephen Hawking died in a particle collision. Do you think we could win the war against the globe IPS? Well, I think we have a better shot than they did 500 years ago. Because 500 years ago, we're talking about the Reformation, and that's when it started, but they were warring against the same thing. The Reformation was against the same thing. The fact that it's a globe now is just a minor detail. It's still the same heliocentric Roman polytheistic cult that we're against. And I'm thinking that the internet is going to give us an edge that they didn't have with merely the movable type press. And sure, the enemy has the same tech we do, but I think this overall, I think we're having a bigger effect and a better chance of overturning this thing. And this is going to get Flat Earth taken seriously. How? Says the highwayman. Says the naysayer. If you can't see the value in this, I can't help you. I mean, for the one thing, it's going to cause people to look into it. And that's how you get started on the stuff. You look into it. You accidentally take a peek into the rabbit hole. You find out something isn't as you've been told by Brian Williams. And once you look into one of these official lies or one of these lifetime actors or propagandists in high places, the whole thing unravels. All these deceptions take place on the flat earth. So it's not even about forcing this. We're not trying to get people to look at flat earth specifically. So yeah, if you didn't know, if you're one of the 3 globies in here, the earth is not flat. You've been deceived. Heliocentrism is a lie. And it goes downhill from there. Please tell us the value in lying. Please tell us the value, Darren, of being a cuck and not complaining about decades of lies, centuries of lies. Okay? It's a psychological warfare. If you want to play nice and you want to turn the other cheek, then go watch CNN, put on a dunce cap, have a globe on your lap, and spin it around and just worship that thing, because we don't need you here. TheDailyPlane.com says, my awakening started with Stephen Hawking's death. No Muppet shows on flat Earth. Yeah, Kyle McDonald had a point here about lab coats. Like, if you did a live stream video wearing a lab coat, whatever you say would be considered true. Same thing with the fish god hat. Aaron Hahn says, here's a big streamer on twitch.tv who can pull about 20,000 people streaming video. At Dr. Disrespect. Okay. Let's go there. Thanks for the link. Reveal yourselves, Globies. There's 310 people here. I think we have at least 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, Jack Slater, you nailed it. This is the real trick here. He says, people are going to do a Google search to find out if he died, and they're going to find all the conspiracy stuff. You nailed it. And this is exactly the type of entrance into the rabbit hole that will take you to the bottom. That's what I'm saying. It's just, this is mimetic warfare. It's a war of ideas. At least they're not shooting bullets at us. Oh, at the health ranger. Oh, this is so good. Flat Earth Addict sent it to the health ranger. It says, he works so hard for science, he deserves a planet named after himself. Yeah, he does. Let's name a star after him. We'll put it right next to David Bowie's star. Another fake death. I mean, David Bowie, like his music or not, the guy's not dead. Sorry if that hurts your feelings. David Bowie's alive. You should be happy about it. If you're a fan or whatever. You got duped. A lot of people don't want to believe it because, as Mark Twain said, it is easier to fool a man than convince a man he's been fooled. Charlie Brown, get an astronaut suit. Yeah, just go rent an astronaut suit. We're talking about doing this, actually. We want to have a spoof ISS, an actual ISS studio where we just have these people spoofing it, drinking their pee, acting like morons. And we'll live stream it live with the actual ISS. It'll be such a great mockery. It'll be a comedy show, like a variety show. Totally just spoof on these people. Yeah, Scientific American. Caveman 444 says, dang, you got it going. Is David Bowie a woman? No, David Bowie's not a woman. David Bowie's alive. I'm seeing so many good comments here. I'm trying to pick them out. A diving suit, that's right, because they're scuba knots. Facebook will trend faster. Well, we have some people who have already made their Facebook profile the Stephen Hawking thing. Mr. Drobot, am I doing a hangout too? Yeah, I'm going to do the Flat Earth Report number 1, and that's going to be, I think it's going to be 7 to 10 MDT. So I will be doing it tonight. This is just completely random. This was unscheduled. And, once we got this ball rolling, we can't stop it. It's like an avalanche. And we're just trying to force beam Stephen Hawking and get people to search for it. And when they do, they're going to inadvertently, like I said, they're going to trip and fall face down into the rabbit hole. And they won't know what tripped them. They're going to be like, where did I just end up? I am in deep truth territory. Never been here before. I've left Plato's cave. Let me go back into the dark. This is scary. I don't like truth. And that's kind of the reaction we're aiming for. Yeah, Bowie just retired the stage name. He's the, it was a character, it was a performance art piece. Neil deGrasse Tyson's breath kills Stephen Hawking. Now that's a good one. And I could totally see that happen. If anybody has bad breath, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. You can just, I looked at some of these people, like I called it synesthesia, like where you smell, like you can see, your senses get confused. Yeah, like Rachel Bloom looks smelly. Let's see who else. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't know. There was someone else, though, that really rubbed me the wrong way the other day. Guys, the Twitter analytics show Stephen Hawking much more than the hashtag. Okay. Dante Jones, good contribution here. He says, tweet other illness awareness accounts, especially if they have a charity attached to them. Attached to them. Handy Candy Mitten says, so we're all putting Stephen Hawking died on our media. Just the picture. Just replacing our Facebook profile pic. Because, yeah, Stephen Hawking is dead. And Rick Woods, you're correct. Davy Jones is alive and well. I wonder what he's going to do next, because you're right. He's probably focusing on more important roles. But honestly, they should have retired Hawkins a long time ago. Greg Marone says, IPS, when they fake these deaths, do you think basically this person has earned their retirement and then they're shipped off to some beautiful continent that's been hidden from us? I've kind of thought about that. You see, one of the things we're exposing here is that they do have something of a 3-tiered system here, where you have the bottom, who are kept in the dark, Then you have the elite that we never see who are ruling everything. Then you have these people in the middle who do nothing but mind control the masses. And I think when they serve their term and they do it right, because they're groomed for this, they're bred for this, they're from the time that they're born until they're dead. It's cradle to grave control. I think that it wouldn't surprise me if these are people from outside the boundaries that constrain us, and they freely move in between worlds. Jerry Cthulhu says Hawking accidentally killed when he got too close to Neil deGrasse Tyson eating. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I used to think, wrong side of the fence, but he's cool. But now that he's gone full demagogue mode, thought police mode, attacking people who don't think the way he does, he's no longer a scientist. He's a dangerous, dangerous demagogue. Dragonlord says, I don't think Davy Jones is his real name either. Yeah, there's no reason to think so. There's no reason to think that they're going to give you any bit of truth. They're totally controlled. Part of the spectacle, part of the show. Map Silver, send the pictures to infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. Chris Cornell's family wants an investigation. I didn't know that. Yeah, Bowie's alive. Chainsaw Samurai. A lot of people get mad when I say that, but the difference between myself and those people is I looked into it. I looked into it. George GG Wingmaker says, womb to tomb. Yeah, speaking of womb to tomb, check this out. The symbolism, I was talking about this last night, the symbolism of Jesus being born of a virgin, or the sun god, and coming out of a tomb, because that myth is not original to Jesus. But here's the story. You leave a virginal womb, it's hymenally intact, it's a sealed tomb, right? Then he dies and he goes into a tomb that is sealed, and then he's born again because he rises from the dead, and he exits the sealed tomb, the virginal tomb. You see this parallel between the womb and the tomb? That's part of the mythological structure, and that's part of how you can know that it's not a real event. It has another meaning to it, which I will get into. And it's about the journey of the sun. It's all astrotheological. So Toto Call, you said Patricia's on right now. Post a link. Is she going live? Maybe we ought to. Well, I want to keep hammering this thing a little bit longer. What do you all think? Honestly, I'll stay on for 8 hours if it means taking down this deception. In fact, I will stay online until they unplug that thing, until they retire it and send it to wherever they put all those retired Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. There's got to be an animatronic graveyard somewhere. Like I went to this thing, it was in Vegas once. Maybe you've seen it, the Neon Graveyard. I went there once to take some photos, and it took a while to get, but it's basically a graveyard of all these old neon signs, amusement park rides. It's remarkable. And maybe they have an animatronic graveyard. We got Chuck E. Cheese's, you got the big gorilla, and all the other characters. Oh, good one, Kiana Collis. Tweet Eddie Redmayne. Now, Eddie Redmayne is the actor that played him. So let's take a look here. Find his account. Okay, I found him. I'll post the link. No, that's a chick. If you find that link, I think I did find it. Okay, I'm sending to the actor that played him. So I'm putting rest in peace, Stephen Hawking is dead. Hashtag RIP. Hashtag RIP Stephen Hawking. Now this is going out to 1, 2, 3, 4 people, including this actor that played him. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. El Bandito, you live near the Neon Graveyard. Okay. You know what I'm talking about then. I want to go check it out again. I should just move to Vegas. Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes is live now. We've got 300 people here. How many of you want to migrate? Sorry, she's with Mark Sargent. That's cool. Number 162. Man, time flies. Right now, she's just getting started. Let's see who else is there. What do you think? Who wants to migrate? Yeah, hey, John, I'm going to read American Gods before I look at the movie. I always do that. By the way, if you're interested, it's on Stars. Maybe I'll just check it out. My rule is to read the book first, but maybe I'll just break it. There's no time. There's not a lot of time. Oh, Kyle McDonald, you're hilarious. Post Rip Steven on vegan awareness accounts. They love vegetables. Post it on the Muppets. Go to the Jim Henson page. Post it on the Muppets. We've tweeted Oprah. Tweet her again. Hey, thanks, NorCal Waters. Thanks all of you for dropping by and participating. Thanks for your tweets. Smash that like button. Like, share, and subscribe. And go to the link I'm posting now, theflatearthreport.com. The graveyard was featured in Mars Attacks. Interesting. I got to dig up some of my pictures. I went out there and I took a lot of. I was doing photography back then, and I went around Las Vegas for a couple of days taking pictures. And I went into the Neon Graveyard and I took quite a few. I think were fantastic. I'd have to see what it looks like now, but there's something like it's like dystopic or apocalyptic about it. It's this junkyard full of old amusement park rides and old signage. CRTX opening Pandora's box. He spent the last 3 days in ODD. Yeah, this is pretty intense. How often people are migrating from chat to chat, keeping this thing going. We're tending the flame. Heath Carmody says people will realize the hoax is his life, not his death. See, that is a good point. Chainsaw Samurai, was he ever really a scientist? There are questions. Did he even write his books? Gred Marone says Chris Cornell's family wants an investigation because somebody made a mistake and ruled it a suicide in under 12 hours. Yeah, that's fishy right there. Hawking will go with the next Nexus 6 series. Send it to Felicity Jones. All right, Four Eyes to See, thanks a lot. Thanks for dropping by. It's been 4 hours, so I'm going to close this down. I will be doing the live stream Flat Earth Report, episode 1, starting in about 5 hours or so. It'll probably be closer to 8 p.m., if not 9 p.m. Mountain time. Tesla's Apple. Hawking was killed by a cheap charger from China. Tragic. Dragon Lord, thanks for stopping by. It's 12:30 where you are. Have a good night. Make sure you observe a moment of silence for Stephen Hawking. Yeah, so I'll be posting a video to announce what time I will be on. And I am going to get back to work as well. I'm trying to finish up the painting. That's going to be the cover to the CD/DVD, whichever it ends up being. Good show, lad. Lick Spittles for life. Exactly. Thanks for Eyes to See. We do appreciate your contribution here. This is a think tank. They don't like this. The powers that be do not like this. They want us to be controlled, restrained, politically correct, respectful. And I don't respect those who don't respect us and who don't respect the future generations and who see your children as chattel. They want to brainwash your kids. Jeff Bezos wants to brainwash your kids with their phallic rocket pageantry. We don't want these perverts controlling our minds. We don't want to be ruled over anymore by actors and crisis actors and media pundits. It's all BS. Thanks for the link, Jerry Cthulhu. And I am out of here. I'm heading over to Patricia Steer's channel.